Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 121, Jinjutsu Sensei. It wasn't long ago, Kano remembered. The day Yakumi had dumped Takuma on her because he couldn't be bothered with the new outsider, who was the representation of a broken status quo brought upon the new developments in the political battleground between their clan and the Hokage's administration. His situation wasn't unique, per se. There were others in the same position as him, it was just that he was the one sent to the Department of Organized Crime, while others were not. Perhaps it was her bias speaking, but Kano considered her department was different, stricter. The people had pride in their station as most had earned their way to it. Her first impression of Takuma had been simple. The boy felt like one of those people who only had the job on their radar without a hint of interest in office politics, chatting with colleagues, after-hours get-togethers, in-office bets and games, in short, one of those really dull guys. At the same time, there was this veil over Takuma, she didn't think anyone knew of his life outside work. He got to work on time and left the moment his work was done. Kano was thankful Takuma at least informed her before he left for home every day in case she had additional work for him. So, she didn't think Takuma would do what he had done yesterday, giving completion to his plans which, according to the boy, had been in the works for a good while. At least, now she knew what he did after work, more work. And now she sat in her boss' office. Yakumi was behind his desk, looking as stoic as ever with a hint of displeasure between his brows as he stared down Takuma, who was sitting beside her. To the side, Setsuna sat comfortably on a double-seater couch with a steaming cup of tea on the table next to him. "Let's hear about this gang war you claim you prevented, Jin and Takuma," said Yakumi sharply. Takuma was one to follow the proper dress code on a daily basis, but today he looked like he had spent an hour getting dressed up. The anonymous report that began it all wrote that one of the state pharmacies was supplying illegal medical drugs to the Miko triad, started Takuma. "At first, I didn't put much thought into the motive behind the procurement. My focus was towards the how, what, and who of the situation. All the energy and efforts went into uncovering and outlining the supply chain of this operation. However, as I began uncovering the details, I came across a string of unsolved cases regarding stolen raw medical-grade material from various refineries and producers. They were restricted materials used to make shinobi-grade medicines and combat enhancers. The medicines and drugs we seized yesterday had many of those stolen materials as part of their ingredient list." Yakumi looked at Kano. She nodded. Haven read Takuma's references to those unsolved robberies in his report and the seized property. When those two things were put in front of her, it was clear, even without her Irionin background, that they were connected. Takuma continued, "Of course, that wasn't my first chain of thought. I was of the mind that if someone had stolen something like restricted material, they would try to sell it for a profit. So, I approached our black market contacts, but to my surprise, no one had even heard a whisper of those materials listed anywhere. That is strange, sir. I understand concealment is the law in illegal circles, but not even having a rumor in the mill is unnatural. My conclusion, the robbers had stolen the materials for self-use." Kano caught Yakumi glancing at Setsuna, who hid his quirked-up lips behind his teacup. "What was that about?" The question then was of why. Takuma took out 3 spiral-bound files and handed one to each Chunin. Kano was flabbergasted. When did he have time to prepare those? He had been in her eyesight from the moment she had gotten into the office late last night. "What you have are the recorded cases of conflicts between gangs. On the first page, there's a graph of the rise in cases in the past year or so where known or suspected members of Miko Triad are involved." Kano didn't intend to give voice to her thoughts, but they unintentionally leaked out. "Smart." Kano expected Yakumi to fix her with a glare but found her commanding officer occupied with the file in his hand. When she said smart, Kano meant it. The Hidden Leaf Village was a military state, and while the majority were civilians, the shinobi minority held the most power. A military state which ran on shinobi couldn't maintain control when those same shinobi didn't want to be under control. There were several groups and organizations which had nothing to do with official shinobi work and were simply people seeking to fulfill their own goals, desires, and greed. The administration ideally wouldn't want those groups. They had tried to quash them and had failed on their quest. The Hidden Leaf Village was where the best shinobi gathered. The administration couldn't threaten to replace them with others if they refused absolute obedience. There were case categories pertaining to gang-related crimes, but many of them were practically useless since combat and conflict were a regular part of the shinobi life. When two gangs fought, the people involved would claim they were training, and even if the injuries were over the top for training, when chakra was involved, anything was possible. So, as long as no physical property was egregiously damaged, gang-related charges didn't stick. The police force had tried to push for changes in law, but they never got anywhere due to the gangs having collectively gotten influential enough to stop any attempted changes that would jeopardize them. So, how did Takuma get the rising statistics? Even though officers couldn't record when they encountered a charge they couldn't stick, there were still records. Not on the people involved but on the officer's side who was involved. Takuma had pulled the statistic of how many times officers had failed to stick the charges. And those numbers had risen. Why would they need these drugs? Takuma asked the question. It won't be for missions. No gang is buying wholesale for their members so they could get it for cheap. That's not the relationship. No, I think the Miko Triad is preparing for a territorial war to strengthen their position. Do you have proof supporting this? Yakumi asked. No, sir. I do not. This is speculation on my part. Though, I wasn't able to come up with an alternate reason they would be hoarding supplies, said Takuma. Well, now we can get the truth out of the men in custody. In the end, Yakumi didn't say anything other than suspending Takuma for a week without pay. Kano expected Takuma to be relieved and satisfied with what he had gotten. It was essentially a vacation after a hard case. But when they got out of the room, Takuma had a tight crease between his brows. What? She asked. Those fuckers are going to diddy up the cases while I'm gone, he spat. According to Takuma, this was the worst time to be suspended. Not only was he missing the interrogation part of the process, but he was also sure that people like Yoshiaki would steal the good cases connected to these raids. By the time he returned, all he could get were leftover scraps. Kano sighed. She wasn't happy with how Takuma had handled the situation, but she could see his point. I'll try to hold something good for you, she said. Thank you, ma'am. Takuma looked relieved. But do something like this next time, you'll be out of my team. Kano couldn't take insubordination from her team, even if it resulted in outcomes like this time. Good for Takuma for grabbing an opportunity, but if he was going to do it again, then he could do it under another chunin. Takuma groggily packed up his belongings at his desk that he wanted to take home for a week. He hadn't slept in more than 48 hours and wanted nothing more than the softness of his bed. All the reserves he had been pulling during the last day were running low, and his body had stopped his access to whatever was left on the bottom. But as he was about to leave, someone called Takuma and felt the irritation from being sleep-deprived bubble up. Jin and Takuma, Setsuna stood a few steps from his desk. Let me see you out. Takuma hadn't seen Setsuna in a while. They had been in frequent contact during his training, but ever since he had started duty, their interactions had dwindled to run-ins which then turned into a couple of lunches when both of them were free. I must say, I wasn't expecting any of this when I came in today, Setsuna smiled. Did they call you personally? Takuma questioned. As far as he knew, Setsuna was in charge of recruitment and training. His responsibilities didn't extend beyond that point. Setsuna shook his head. I was merely interested when I heard my secretary gossip. I had to see what you had done. And, what do you think? Impressed, said Setsuna. Takuma eyed Setsuna. What was the agenda here? I wasn't expecting you, or any one of your peers, to make a move this big so soon. I don't know all the details, but I know Yakumi. He might have been displeased, for which he has cause, but I could see the gears in that man's mind turning. He was most definitely thinking if he could use what you gave him to eradicate a gang from the face of the village. He better do it, or none of this would be worth it, thought Takuma. From today onward, whatever success originated from his operation would be in some way connected to him. The more they achieved, the more he was to benefit. Now, I don't disagree with Yakumi's punishment for you, but I do believe a reward is in order. What do you desire, Takuma? I will try to compensate you within the reach of my ability, said Setsuna. Takuma took in a deep breath, feeling the tiredness settle in his bones. A reward, huh? Takuma mused. There were 100 things he wanted, varying from impossible wishes of returning home to material wishes of a pay raise. But what could Chunin Uchiha Setsuna give him? What did he want from the man? Takuma would have preferred to sleep on the offer and take some time to weigh the pros and cons of his wishes before giving an answer, but perhaps it was the fatigue and exhaustion that made him speak out the thing that stayed atop his mind. A teacher, he said. Pardon, I missed that. Get me a teacher, a jinjutsu teacher. Chapter 122, Wake-up Call. Just how much time did he put into this? Kano muttered to herself as she went through Takuma's case notes. The boy's notes were crammed with notes, stats, and his collated thoughts. There was a lot to go through. She appreciated the dedication Takuma had put in, but that same dedication made it difficult for others. She didn't know what was important and what she needed to prioritize to get herself up to date as Takuma was temporarily out of the picture. She wondered if Takuma had done so on purpose to slow down the investigation without him. Kano shook her head. Takuma didn't know he was going to be suspended. Arisu knocked on Kano's office door. The people from TNI are here, she said. The punishments of those involved with Takuma hadn't been finalized yet. The department was focusing its resources to progress before the Maiko triad could make moves to hide their people and wrongdoings. If everything went well, it would take at least a few months before prosecution ended and people were sentenced. Kano stood up and walked out of her office to greet the person from TNI Division of the Hidden Lease Intelligence Department. Torture and Interrogation Division was a support division that housed shinobi specializing in information extraction from people through various means. They were called by different departments when the latter required their services. The police force used them frequently in important cases where information from people of importance was critical. ANBU had a long-standing relationship with TNI and had invested much in their training and growth. Even the Fire Daimyo and his samurai availed TNI's services in sensitive matters. TNI Division played a massive role in protecting the safety of not only the Hidden Leaf but also the entire Land of Fire itself. The Department of Organized Crime had deemed the current case important enough that they had called in the professionals to get the information Takuma wanted out of the people he had targeted. The person they sent was a cleanly dressed, tall woman with shoulder-length hair, dressed sharply in the standard TNI uniform. She had a confident and disciplined posture, and when Kano met her eyes, she felt a sharp gaze peer through her. Kano introduced herself. Chunin Uchiha Kano. Thank you for coming, we have a lot of work to do. Chunin Oishi Yori. Yori shook Kano's hand. Then let's start working immediately. Oishi, Kano recognized the name. She had heard of the name in the deep circles, the gossip of unorthodox methods, high success rate, and many more unspeakables, much more than an average TNI member of Oishi's station. But didn't she stop working for everyone else but ANBU? What was she doing working on a case with the police force? Kano led Yori to the conference room they had reserved for her. This will work fine, said Yori, setting her belongings on the big conference table. She emptied her bag and took out a large binder thick with papers. Seeing that made Kano's brow furrow. Is that? Ah, I did some research of my own before coming here, said Yori. Are those Takuma's notes? Kano asked, this time a bit more forcefully. Yes, they are. Got them straight from the source, Yori smiled. Before Kano could say anything, Arisu, who was in the room with them, spoke, her voice louder in surprise. Oishi! Are you related to Taro by chance? She asked. Yori turned to Arisu with a smile. You know my son? Let me guess, dear. Were you his batchmate? Yes, ma'am. And you're listed as the secondary in this case. It's nice to see batchmates working together. Kano interrupted the chat and returned the conversation to where she wanted it to be. Chunin Oishi, I don't believe I need to tell you the problem with obtaining case information from an outsider. You know better than most that this is restricted information. But I didn't obtain it from an outsider, Chunin Kano, said Yori. I received it from the primary lead of the case, Jinin Takuma. For me to do my job well, I need to know every aspect of the case. Who better to ask than the person who knows the most about the matter? Kano wanted to dispute her, but Yori cut her off. If you're worried about the legality of the situation, worry not. I only touched the material after the request was accepted and was given clearance. I do not want to step on your toes. Please remember, I'm only here to help. This case is still entirely yours. Kano wasn't satisfied. You say that you only looked at the materials after the request was accepted, but how did you have these materials in the first place? The only way to know details like the identity of the primary lead was to get it from us. The case was still in its infancy and hadn't been publicized. The official case report was formed yesterday, and only then were Takuma and Arisu named primary and secondary lead, respectively. There was no way for Yori to know these details unless she had prior information. That's easy, said Yori. Jinin Takuma personally requested me to take up this case. He is my son's best friend. I had time, and well, he was very passionate and convincing about this case. I thought it would be a change of pace from what I usually do, so I thought, why not? Kano looked down at the binder full of Takuma's case notes. She recalled how one of the recommendations Takuma had given on how to proceed was to invite an interrogator from TNI. It made her wonder if Takuma had planned this all along. Worry not, Chunin Kano. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm confident in my abilities. Takuma has done your department a service by getting me involved. I will be involved in this case to my utmost professional ability. It's a great opportunity for the village, and I would like to see it succeed, said Yori, subtly revealing how she already had a great awareness of the case. To maintain his control over the case even while he was away. A week's suspension with pay was clearly a vacation disguised as punishment. So, when Takuma found himself unable to enjoy the said vacation, he felt frustrated with himself. He tried to keep himself busy by catching up on hobbies, training, and giving his mind and best some rest, but his thoughts wouldn't stop wandering to what was happening at work while he was forced to stay away. He wanted to barge into the office to see what they were doing. To go bother Arisu and demand she gave him the details. Asked Taro's mom to share what they were doing, but he held too much respect for the woman, and she was doing him a favor. He couldn't bother her while she did her job. Takuma heaved a sigh as he sat down on his living room floor to service his gear laid over a tarp. Once again, before he knew it, his mind wandered off as his hands absent-mindedly applied a light coat of oil on his kunai, shuriken, and senbon to prevent rust. Knock knock knock. Takuma could see his front door from his living room. Who could it be? Takuma thought as he got up. Was it one of his asshole neighbors again? But before Takuma could step over the tarp, a loud bash stilled him. The lock on the door snapped, and the panel swung from its hinges, crashing into the wall, leaving the entrance to his house wide open. You have been a naughty boy, Takuma. Standing on his threshold was Inomoto, with two more shinobi standing at his back. Takuma knelt back down on the tarp and made no attempts to hide himself collecting kunai. Inomoto didn't seem to care and walked inside the house. The two shinobi with him didn't accompany Inomoto inside and closed the broken door behind him, leaving Takuma inside with him. What the fuck is this? You don't just break into someone's home like this, Inomoto, Takuma spat. He knew what this was about, the timing couldn't have made it clearer. Let's not do the whole dance where we beat around the bush, and I try to force the truth out of your mouth, Inomoto said while looking around the house. The man didn't seem to care that Takuma was armed, he even had his back to Takuma as he read Takuma's notes wall. It's cozy, your house. It has that warm, lived-in feel, and I can see you have taken good care of your possessions. What is this? Inomoto pointed at the notes pinned to the boards. I don't know what you're talking about, said Takuma. Oh please, didn't I say I don't want to do the entire thing? Inomoto sighed. Your name was the case file, the primary lead. Don't pretend, Takuma. Remember when you sent Sango to me to set up a meeting? You'd be a fool if you think you can get away with this. This risks my business interests, Takuma. I very much don't like when those are hampered in any way. Takuma squeezed his grip around the kunai. Inomoto had a contact inside the police force. He was under no delusion that Inomoto wasn't aware he was in the police force. Who was it? Someone in organized crime, or someone who could access the case files, or just someone who could obtain the information by asking around. Of course, I have someone in there. Inomoto looked into Takuma's eyes, startling him. Don't make that stupid face. Inomoto pulled out a chair from Takuma's small dining table and sat down. Get out of my house, said Takuma. I'm not going to do that. What are you going to do about it? Inomoto said nonchalantly. Takuma could attack Inomoto, but he doubted his chances against a Chunin even if Inomoto was an Irionin. Moreover, any battle would wreck his house, something Takuma wasn't keen on happening. He didn't even need to mention the future ramifications if Takuma straight out attacked Inomoto. The fact that Inomoto had come to meet him and hadn't attacked him at first sight or ambushed him was a sign that Inomoto wanted to have a conversation of some kind. You didn't seem to care when Ryu was screwing me over, said Takuma. Of course, I didn't care. Why would I? You were a small-time dealer, Ryu's my distributor, and he conducted his business perfectly well. And you're not a Green Academy student. I don't need to hold your hand because the world gave you a boo-boo. Handle the problem between yourselves. But now you're interested? I am. It would be strange if I weren't. Your little stunt has put one of my distributors at risk and has extended an unrelated risk to me. No, let's be honest, what you did was anything but small. It's not my fault he's doing business with the Maiko triad. But it's your fault that he almost got caught. Takuma felt his frustration bubble up. He didn't like the tone Inomoto was taking with him. Almost got caught, thought Takuma. What do you want here? I can't stop this, the ball is already rolling, said Takuma. If his men open their mouths, our people will get their hands on him. I agree with the first part, not so much about the second part. Inomoto crossed his legs. You're protecting Ryu? Asked Takuma. From the conversation they had, it was clear that Inomoto had much invested in Ryu, but Takuma thought Inomoto to be the type of man who would cut off his limb to stop the infection from spreading. Let's say I still have use for the old man. Inomoto then smiled, and Takuma? Our people, should I take that as where your allegiance lies? Because if that is so, then you heard me. I thought we were friends. Friends don't bust down friends' doors, Takuma spat with a snark. I keep friends and business separate. Take that as a free piece of advice, it will serve you well in life, said Inomoto. But enough about the old man, let's talk about you. You have moved up in your life since the last time we met. The police force, organized crime at that. That's a big jump. You make me proud. And seeing the moves you have made in your life, I think it's natural for you to get rewarded. My dear Takuma, I think it's time for us to become business partners. That sounds fantastic, don't you think? Takuma did not. Not at all. Chapter 123, Progression. As Takuma's mind raced in a dozen directions, Inomoto made himself comfortable on the worn-down cushion of the dining table chair. While Takuma had a frown between his brows, Inomoto looked like he was pleasantly waiting for his tea to steep at a friend's house. I will admit, I was surprised when I heard you transferred to the police force. Didn't think you would go for the job with your background. Inomoto picked up a grocery store sale pamphlet from the table. It was a pity, I thought. Now that you were a dog for the Uchiha, you would stop working with the old man and pull out of the ring. I get a cut every time a fighter of mine wins. It's not a big amount, but when you have a dozen fighters, the small change adds up, and you, my friend, are fairly adept at winning. Takuma was aware of the dealings between the ring and the scouts. Not every scout was like Inomoto, though. Most scouts who introduced shinobi to the ring got a one-time, flat commission. Scouts like Inomoto, who received a cut for every win, were rare and had old and important relationships with the big boss himself. He assumed Inomoto had gotten the deal due to his position as the head of medical staff. But to my surprise, you didn't stop on either avenue. Scars still fought, Toby continued to deal. Inomoto glanced up at Takuma. A police force office, mostly hidden behind secret identity, still mingling in our side of the town. It was almost like the police force gained an undercover officer without effort. A terrible gift, if I may say. You wouldn't blame me for being cautious when you suddenly attempted to lobby for a meeting with me. Takuma tightened his grip around the kunai. Reputation was everything in the circles he and Inomoto frequented. People rarely waited long enough to gather evidence and confirm facts before taking action. If Takuma's reputation devolved into an undercover officer, or rat, his time in the village would become problematic if the wrong people turned their eyes toward him. If someone like Inomoto spoke against him, it was Takuma's word against Inomoto, and his word meant a whole lot less. What changed? Asked Takuma. Inomoto wouldn't have been sitting across from him if the former thought he was an undercover officer, because then there was no leverage against Takuma. New information and a hunch, my little friend, Inomoto replied. Which are? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, Inomoto had the gall to laugh. I'm here with an opportunity you can't refuse, something that will benefit both of us immensely. A chance to become my business partner. Wasn't that what you wanted before you became Rya's dealer, to conduct business directly with me? That was different, thought Takuma. Thank you for giving me this chance, but I don't have time on my hand right now. Let's talk about this. You don't understand, Takuma. You cannot refuse. Inomoto leaned forward, his body hunched as he rested his elbows on his thighs. He continued. I can kill you right here, you know, and no one will know any better. Takuma felt his blood chill. He churned chakra in his body, trickling it towards his arms and legs, straining his muscles to react before a moment's notice. It's always recommended to eliminate the problem from the root, said Inomoto. His black shades looked darker than ever. They looked as if they were sinking into his face as shadows deepened. The only reason I'm not going to do that is because I like you. You're a good kid, a better fighter. Unlike most worthless plebs that eat space in this great village, you have a future worth living for. Do not let it go to waste. Following you would make my future worth it? Takuma didn't let the snide thought reach his tongue. He knew about things that Inomoto could only imagine knowing. Inomoto was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. If Takuma wanted to follow someone, then he would go kiss the asses of preteens studying in the Shinobi Academy, the real actors of the tragedy he was living in. The thought made Takuma scoff at Inomoto, but a heaviness made its way into Takuma's heart. If Inomoto was inconsequential, then Takuma, as he was right now, wasn't even worth mentioning in the drafts, much less the footnotes. He relaxed his body and let the built-up chakra dissipate. Inomoto smiled. Good. Now we talk business, he said. Now, you're smart enough to understand the type of arrangement I'm talking about with you being in the police force and all. Takuma sighed. If you're asking me to cover up for your dealings, you're asking too much. I don't have the influence to sweep things under the rug. Maiko Triad might be his first break, but it would take a lot more for him to rise among the ranks to have some real influence, and he wasn't an Uchiha, nor from an allied clan. He needed to make more deposits to have a chance at making substantial withdrawals in the future. I have been doing this for some time already, Takuma. I run a tight ship, but I wouldn't have survived this long if I didn't have countermeasures in place, said Inomoto. He laughed, and you're correct, you don't have enough influence, but I can help you change that. Takuma was interested. How? You and the people who were transferred to the police force, to be blunt, are publicity stunts. No matter how much the administration and the police force like to paint this as a new era. The sheeple might eat it up, but those with brains know that unless Uchiha all die one day, they will continue to own the police force. Takuma nodded in agreement. He knew that better than anyone. Be that as it may, getting into the police force is still a step up for most people. Especially you who ended up in organized crime, that was a promotion. Even I would love to be in your position. Alas, I am but a humble Irionin, not someone who wouldn't fit in there. Takuma jabbed. Uchiha Kano, my boss, is an Irionin and a Chunin. I hate that bitch. Takuma was taken aback at Inomoto's venomous tone. He wasn't expecting that from the laid-back shady guy. Even moments earlier, when Inomoto was threatening him, he maintained a blasé attitude for the most part. Inomoto cleared his throat. As I was saying, you're in a great position. And your stunt with Ryu and Maiko Triad was a spark. I'm sure you garnered some attention due to that. What I'm offering you is the chances, to replicate that. It took Takuma a moment to understand what Inomoto meant. To understand what Inomoto meant any time, one needed to think about how it benefited him. Takuma had foiled an operation for the Maiko Triad and put them in further jeopardy. To repeat what he did with the Maiko Triad was to get someone into trouble for their illegal activities. You want me to go after your competitors? Inomoto's smile turned devious. Smart boy. But no, I don't want to go after my competition. I want you to go after the substitutes. Substitutes? There's only so much money people can spend on their vices, even addicts have a limit to the money they have, said Inomoto. The problem is that the limited money pool is split between different products. Some prefer lighter stuff like what we sell, others feel harder substances are more their alley, shinobi themselves are biased toward opium. You know the reality, competition is tough. Takuma couldn't help but agree. He had lost customers to other drugs. People were picky, and when they were chasing certain highs and experiences, they were quick to switch. Even if they didn't switch, their purchase frequency went down. We command a limited portion of the pie. Inomoto traced a circle in the air with his finger, but if someone was to kick the other products, we could encroach upon the vacuum created. Repeat it enough times, reduce the offerings available, and command a larger market share. A simple but effective plan. It did sound simple, but when Takuma thought about the logistics of the plan, he could see complications. Even if they took out a major play, say who dealt heroin, the first dibs on the created vacuum were the competitors, not the substitute. It would take substantial effort to claw market share to their side. Why not go after your competition? Asked Takuma. Inomoto shook his head. Because it's a slippery slope. Let's say I did sick you on our competitors. If you're successful too many times, the people at the police force will get confident. The resources towards anti-weed efforts will increase, publicity around it will rise, and eventually, my operation will come under attack. It'll be great for me for a while, but it's not the long-term consequences. I prefer to deal with my competition on my own without external interference. Keep the devilish claws of the Uchiha away from me. Takuma found the prospects of Inomoto's offer interesting. All Inomoto was asking of him was to do his job, and do his job well. But at the same time, Takuma knew that one day Inomoto would come for the payment. The higher he rose, the deeper his fall would be. But... And how do you suppose you'll help me? Asked Takuma. Information and contacts, Inomoto replied. I have been playing the game far longer than you. I know a lot more about how things run and the people who run it. I can give you an inside source to all the dirt that you need to target the people that matter and, in turn, break down the operation, which I want you to get rid of. What was the part that caught Takuma's attention? It couldn't be clear that if he accepted, Takuma was going to turn into Inomoto's hunting dog. All right, deal, said Takuma. He would let Inomoto guide him, and he would sink his teeth into whoever was in front of him. He didn't have the privilege of clan shinobi, nor was he supported by a jonin. He needed to create his opportunity. Takuma didn't know when the Uchiha clan would be a thing of the past. However, when it happened, he wanted to be ready. He would build a reputation, and when the time came, his resume would leave the decision-makers a choice but to pull him up. When the current Uchiha majority disappeared and with them their chokehold on the police force, Takuma wanted himself to be standing in the rubble as a shining choice, but for that to happen, he needed accomplishments. He was too young, and even if he was free and loose with his estimations, there wasn't enough time to build significant accomplishments through traditional means. If he put his nose down and continued to simply work, Fuma and other Uchiha allies would overshadow him completely. Inomoto talked about the vacuum and how he wanted to take advantage of it. Takuma wished to do the same. When the vacuum arrived, he wanted to be there to fill it up and exploit it for all it offered. "I knew you wouldn't disappoint me," said Inomoto. A glimmer flashed past his eyes as he continued, "Do this well, Takuma, and I will put you in Ryo's chair. It's time to move up in the world, my friend. It's good up here." And perhaps, one day, he would take Inomoto's chair from him. Takuma stood up and shook Inomoto's hand with his kunai still firmly grasped in his other hand. Chapter 124, Revenge. It had been 2 days since Inomoto had barged into Takuma's home and forced him into a business agreement. The conversation had given Takuma a lot to think about. For one, he needed some blackmail ready as insurance in case Inomoto tried to kill him. With hindsight, he couldn't believe he didn't have something ready to go out in case he was killed. Not only would it protect him, but in case someone did kill him anyway, Takuma wanted to take them out with him. Revenge was best served cold, over his cold dead body. Secondly, he needed to reevaluate what he stored in his home. Inomoto's rude entry had made him question the safety of his more precious belongings while he was away. He had wanted to buy a safe for his home, but perhaps because he had worked with safes, he couldn't make a choice, and the ones he actually liked were far out of his budget. Renting a storage locker in a reputable facility seemed to be the next best option. Third, he had to think about the work he had in front of him. Inomoto wanted to start quickly and was already working on the first target he wanted Takuma to take down. For that to happen, Takuma needed to devise a plan to take over investigations so he could work with freedom, which was of utmost importance given the nature of his deal with Inomoto. Talking it out with Kano seemed to be the best option, especially with how much cross she was with him because of the Maiko triad case, and surely, springing Taro's mom over her with no warning did him no favors. He needed to visit Ryo for restocking, though he wasn't looking forward to the bitchy mood the bastard would be in. Ryo wasn't a problem per se, but Takuma had enough on his plate and didn't want to deal with a cynical old man who would undoubtedly want to chat with him to sniff out the person who had betrayed him. On top of that, his first ninjutsu category fight was just around the corner, and Takuma wasn't feeling satisfied with his command over the new jutsu he had purchased to replace the ones he couldn't use in the ring. He felt he needed a test run before his debut, but no one was available. Nenro and Masaki were both out of the village, and while he loved Taro and AI to death, they weren't exactly the level of opponents he was looking for. As for Mariboshi, they had an unspoken agreement not to bring the ring in between them. He could go to his teacher and ask for a heavy spar, but Takuma knew the moment he held back the jutsu disallowed by the ring, Mariboshi would notice and call him out. He also didn't want to come up with and use lies and excuses to deceive Mariboshi. It didn't feel right from deep within. Other than that, he had to get back into the groove of his other self-improvement activities, which he had let stagnate as he shifted focus to the Maiko triad investigations. The police force was offering courses on intermediate-level team combat strategy and battle tactics. The beginner-level courses were part of his police force training. They had served him well while he commanded his team during the raids. As such, he wished to take it to the next level, especially when it was being taught by an Uchiha and offered at a discounted rate. Uchiha could attend the courses for fees amounting to spare change. The allied clans got heavy discounts depending on their closeness to the Uchiha and how much they had contributed in the past year. This year, with the arrival of the new outsiders, the courses were now open to more people. Takuma and other junior officers in special departments were offered the lowest discount level. Finally, those in the general force had to pay in full if they wished to attend. Takuma sighed and focused on his posture and balance as he kicked the hard bark of the thick wood log. Body conditioning was one of the least enjoyable parts of training, and yet, it was arguably among the most important. Old-fashioned it may be, but strengthening his bones and muscles was still the most reliable way to increase durability and protect squishy organs against chakra-powered opponents. As Takuma single-mindedly went about his training, his ears picked up a noise. It had been several months since he had started practicing his sense of hearing for hidden misjutsu. The progress had been excruciatingly slow, but even tiny droplets from a leaking tap eventually filled a bucket. Takuma's sense of hearing reached another level where he could hear far and wide, pick up hushed sounds, and most importantly identify objects and situations solely based on sound. 4 people. By the time his thoughts caught up to him turning toward the source, he saw 4 people entering the clearing. 2 men and 2 women. 3 of them were his age, while the last man was much older, 30s if he had to guess. The kicker? He knew 3 of those people. The group saw Takuma as soon as he saw them. "Takuma, is that you?" A bright smile bloomed on the lithe girl's face as she jogged toward him with her hand waving excitedly. Seiki Aimi. His academy classmate. They said you never forgot your first, and neither did Takuma, his first spar victory, that is. To this day, the fight, the last spar he had in the academy, was clear as glacial water. He had beaten Aimi and had promptly cried afterward. Not the part he was proud of, but he owned it anyway. "It's nice to see you, Aimi," Takuma said with a hint of a surprised smile. Like everyone in his class, Aimi was never friends with Takuma, but he knew her to be one of the good ones. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Aimi exclaimed when her eyes went to Takuma's arms. "Wow, you really messed up your hands. What happened there?" Takuma was dressed in a thin white tank top which left most of his arms exposed, showcasing the scars which were always hidden by the full-sleeved shirts that entirely made up his wardrobe. "Yeah, you know, things happen," Takuma replied shortly as he walked to the outer garments, chainmail and uniform shirt, he had removed for training. By the time he put on his shirt, the rest of Aimi's group had arrived. Takuma gave them nods in greeting. "Momo, Hideaki, I'm glad you both are doing well." Okubo Momo and Akimichi Hideaki. Another 2 of his academy classmates. The former was the Rookie of the Year, the title's importance boosted by the fact that Momo came from a civilian background and had thus beaten all of the clan kids to achieve the top honors. The latter was from the Akimichi clan. The taciturn guy was the tallest and biggest in their class, and for some reason, Kaibe, their teacher, would frequently pit Takuma against Hideaki, despite knowing they were a mismatch. In his defense, back in those days, everyone was a mismatch for Takuma. "I thought your police force friend was a girl," said the last man. Takuma turned to the taller man, and he didn't need to be told that the man was a jonin. There was something that Takuma couldn't put his finger on, but that intangible feeling told him that the person in front of him could wipe him off the face of the earth without him knowing. Every jonin he had come across had given him that feeling. "Junior Officer Takuma, sir," he greeted respectfully. "You must be thinking about Fuma Arisu, one of our finest classmates. I actually work closely with her." The team's jonin introduced himself as Sarutobi Kazuo. Until very recently, he wasn't the type to wear his shinobi uniform off-duty, but that changed when he noticed the subtle changes in people's attitude towards him when he was in uniform. Both civilian and shinobi treated him with a bit more respect when they saw the police force insignia stitched on his sleeve. Since then, he was no longer in a hurry to change out of his uniform before he left office at the end of the day. Today, he had gone to the headquarters to collect his pay stub, and had gone in his uniform. He didn't bother to change afterward, and it wasn't like he had to go work tomorrow. He could afford to let it go dirty. Takuma had very limited interactions with jonin. They didn't grow on trees, and someone in his position didn't come across chances to interact with them every day. He walked past a couple of them every day in the police headquarters, but talking to them was another deal. Last he remembered, the jonin he had conversed with were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. "You're in the police force?" Momo asked with a healthy amount of surprise. Hideaki and Aimi mimicked her expression. Takuma nodded. He understood the reason behind their surprise. It had been over a year and a half since they had left the academy, and despite living in the same village, Takuma didn't have much contact with his classmates. The last memory they had of him was of their batch's dead last, and to then find he was in the Leaf military police force was enough cause for surprise. "What brings you all here today?" he asked. Aimi replied, "We planned to do some training today, but someone forgot to book us a training ground." She turned to Hideaki, but the mammoth-sized team looked away. "I hope we aren't disturbing you," asked Momo. She was implying that they were going to use the clearing as their training field for the day. They were disturbing him, but he couldn't say that to their face. "Well, as long as I leave this corner to me, you're welcome to occupy the rest of the clearing." He didn't need much space. "Would you like to join us for the day?" asked Kazuo. "We are sparring today. Having an additional person in the mix would do everyone some good." "I would love to," Takuma replied. He didn't need to consider the offer for a second. The opportunity to spar against Jonin-trained Jinin, people who had been shinobi exactly as long as he had been, was something he couldn't let slip away from his hands. He wanted to test where he stood against them. "This is how we do it, Takuma," Kazuo began. "We start slow and easy with some light sparring and then step it up until we're using all we can. Additionally, our spars are usually time restricted. You either try to defeat your opponent in that time or try to survive until the end, both equally important skills to have." "Understood," Takuma nodded. "If you couldn't beat your opponent, either run away or try to survive until help arrived, no matter how long that took." Those were the rules of combat. "Who wants to go first?" asked Kazuo. Immediately, Aimi's hand shot up in the air, her body stretching up along with the raised hands as she stood on her toes as though trying to gain attention in a crowd of 100 people, even though they were only 4 people. "I want to," she said. Kazuo nodded. "Who should we?" Aimi spoke up again. "I want to fight Takuma." She pointed at him. "Rematch." Kazuo looked at Takuma, who nodded, stepped forward, and faced Aimi. "Start whenever you're ready." Before the sentence could leave Kazuo's mouth, Aimi shot forward like a bullet. "She's fast," thought Takuma. By ring standards, she was well into the upper echelons. He unhurriedly assumed his stance and kept his muscles loose. Aimi was fast, but not the fastest he had fought. She didn't hesitate to enter his personal space and started with a palm strike. Takuma rotated his torso out of the way and countered with a hard elbow strike to her face, which she expertly caught with a grin. He didn't respond to the grin. Takuma simply grabbed her hand, which had struck out, swept her legs, and threw her down with a judo throw. "Whoa!" The next moment she was punched twice in the face, followed by a swift knee in her lower stomach. With her balance destroyed and the sudden blows that left her reeling, Aimi couldn't react quickly enough when Takuma put her into a lock. Her hands immediately went to her neck when she felt an arm tightening around it, restricting her airflow. She tried to claw at it, pull it apart, but Aimi wasn't as strong as she was fast. Takuma kept his grip tight, and even when she tried to get it, he kept her near the ground, barring any attempts to find any position from where she could get any freedom. "It's okay to tap out before you go under," Takuma spoke with a grunt as Aimi's small frame thrashed against him. "You can always try the next time, but if you go unconscious, it lowers your chances." Aimi groaned before she finally roughly tapped out. Takuma immediately let go and got pushed away from Aimi. He shrugged with a light smile as she glared at him before giving her a hand to stand up. Takuma turned to Kazuo. "I'm up for another round." Chapter 125, Takuma's Spar. Sarutobi Kazuo stood with his arms crossed as he watched one of his students thrash around as she was pinned to the ground, desperately trying to get out of the body hold the police force boy had her in. Aimi was taken down before the timer hit half a minute, an embarrassing performance against a peer of the same class. He was well aware Aimi wasn't the strongest combatant, and neither did her talents lay in the craft of violence. His bubbly student's aptitude was towards scouting and tracking. She could pick clues on a trail as though placed in plain sight and had the ability to join those signs into logical conclusions. Even Momo, the smartest of his trio, couldn't hold a candle against Aime's natural intuition and environmental awareness. She might not reach the level of a Hyuga with their miraculous eyes or Aburame with their bugs. Kazuo firmly believed she could do a job better than most of the Inuzuka with their ninkin. I wished she would take combat training more seriously. Kazuo found himself repeating the same thought once more. If not anyone else, Aime required adequate combat ability. Her talent ensured someday she would be alone in scouting situations deep inside enemy territory. Scouts usually operated in solitary due to the secretive nature of the task. Aime was progressing well in the stealth department, but no one could be invisible 100% of the time. One day on a mission, Aime was bound to be found while she was scouting. That day, her combat ability would keep her alive until she could secure backup. Hideaki, go up, Kazuo said after Aime tapped out of the fight. The Akimichi stood up and confidently walked toward Takuma while smashing his big hands together. As Aime walked back to them, Kazuo addressed the girl. You took it too lightly, he said, knowing that if Aime had been serious, the result would have been different. He ignored Aime's grumble and continued, always remember, any sharp blade is your friend when you find yourself in a hold like that. Don't try to claw if you can stab your way out of it. Yes, sir. Now reflect on how you performed. Aime sat down beside Momo for some post-fight retrospection, a routine he had worked hard to instill in his students. He wanted them to actively think about their performance instead of solely relying on his feedback. Kazuo didn't forget to give feedback to their guest. Takuma, great job with the grappling. Full-on grappling had a scarce presence on battlefields due to the presence of weapons and jutsu, which made presence on the feet so much more important, but clinching and limb trapping added to taijutsu could elevate fighting style if appropriately utilized. It was refreshing to see someone as young as his students include such practices into their combat. Now, he wanted to see if Takuma could perform as fluidly with Hideaki as he did against Aime. His two students had wildly different fighting styles after all. Right from the get-go, Takuma assumed a different stance than before. The wider stance provided a firmer base with his guard raised up front and high as opposed to the more agile position he had against Aime. He was your classmate? Kazuo asked Momo. She nodded. Figures, he thought. The change in stance made it clear that Takuma was expecting more force from Hideaki and that nimbleness would be an appropriate match for Aime, who liked to move a lot while she fought. Your friend is adapting his strategy depending upon his knowledge of his opponents. He nodded in appreciation. Is that special? Momo asked, skeptical. Kazuo chuckled. He should have expected that sort of response from her, given that he had seen her do the same from the very beginning without realizing that not many followed the same. It might seem common sense to you, but people are creatures of habit. We find comfort in what we are familiar with and often find change uncomfortable. Every shinobi follows a combat style that suits, which in itself is recommended, but they do themselves a disservice by getting too rigid through habits and disregarding dynamic adjustments during a battle against a foe. Every opponent is unique, and by studying them while fighting, you can gain the upper hand. A capable fighter understands not only his own strengths and weaknesses but also his opponent's, and has the ability to find ways to somehow pit your strength against their weakness. It's inevitable that someday you'll find a foe equal to you. The one to win the fight will be the one who makes the proper adjustments and enact them. Your mind is just as important a weapon as any other, learn to use it well. Momo and Aime turned to watch the fight, Kazuo's words in their mind. Hideaki predicted the fight would end well before the 1-minute limit. He stretched his arms back to crack his chest as he watched Takuma assume a stance. Hideaki had forgotten about Takuma until today, but that was to be expected. Takuma didn't leave much of an impression during their academy days. All he could remember was how easy Takuma was to beat during their spars. He didn't think today would be any different. The opening spar between Takuma and Aime came as a mild surprise, but she had bought it on herself by being stupid. Start! Hideaki didn't take charge, he wanted Takuma to come to him. Takuma, 2, didn't move at the first second, but when he saw Hideaki wasn't moving, he closed the distance, taking the first charge. Hideaki took the first tentative jab from Takuma, but instead of engaging in a probing stage through exploratory strikes, he went for a big money swing for Takuma's chest. Takuma looked surprised at the sudden 0 to 100 aggression switch but crossed his arms in time to block the rear uppercut. The punch made a heavy grunt escape Takuma as his feet lifted a centimeter from the force. Hideaki was of the mind to pause to see Takuma come to terms with his power, but decided to follow up with a hook to put Takuma to the ground. The fight with Aimi had ended too quickly, he couldn't allow his team to be looked down at. He was going to take Takuma down faster than he had done Aimi. Unexpectedly, Takuma managed to raise his arm to absorb the power hook. Hideaki frowned, displeased his 1-2 combo had failed, and went to grab Takuma's head so he could headbutt the lights out of him. Moving quicker than Hideaki, Takuma lashed out for Hideaki's knee. It hit just right, and Hideaki's chunky leg buckled, sending a jolt up Hideaki's body. The sudden disruption proved successful as 2 swift palm strikes from Takuma thwarted Hideaki's attempt to grab his head before sending a lead uppercut into his jaw. Raw! The usually taciturn Hideaki roared, sending a devastating kick into Takuma's side, which threw him to the ground, knocking the air out of him. He had a heavy frown between his brows as he pursued Takuma, seemingly wanting to beat him to the ground. Takuma recovered as quickly as he went to the ground and jumped back to his feet, and kept his feet moving while he evaded and blocked Hideaki's onslaught of heavy strikes that undoubtedly looked like they would hurt. Hideaki pushed and pushed, his speed and power increasing every passing second. Takuma, who was once easily keeping a constant, comfortable distance, was now struggling to keep Hideaki away, evidenced by the slow increase in the redirecting palm strikes and blocks replacing clean dodges. While Hideaki was in control of the momentum, Takuma was the one with more clean hits scored on Hideaki, but every single blow of Hideaki did more damage. Caught you! Hideaki grabbed one of Takuma's arms. Takuma tried to pull it away, but the larger teen's grip and strength outpowered him. Hideaki raised his other fist with a smirk to sock Takuma in the head and ended the fight with a satisfying blow to relieve the rising frustration about not getting many clean hits on his unexpectedly nimble opponent. However, before he could do that, the unexpected struck again. Takuma used his grabbed arm as leverage and jumped. He tucked his knees into his chest and slammed both his feet into Hideaki's chest, sending the giant tumbling away and freeing Takuma from Hideaki's grasp. Hideaki groaned as he felt the dull pain in his chest, but it wasn't enough to keep him down. He got up and faced Takuma, who was already charging at him. Taking the challenge, Hideaki, too, took off, determined to win the exchange. Time's up! Stop! Kazuo's voice startled Hideaki. He looked at his teacher, unwilling to stop. He had no idea that the allotted minute had passed away so quickly. He looked at Takuma, who was dusting himself off. Takuma, he called. When his ex-classmate looked up, Hideaki gave him a nod of respect. There was no denying that Takuma had massively improved since they had last fought, and he had to commend him for that effort. While he thought that, he also believed, I'll win the next time. Akimichi Hideaki was better at taijutsu than him. Takuma thought that as he walked to the side. He looked at his hands. It had been only a minute, but he could feel Hideaki's power in his bones. If the fight lasted a few minutes longer, Takuma knew he would have been taken down. However, the fight surprised him. He had expected power from Hideaki. It wasn't the strongest he had faced, but it was up there, but he had not anticipated the skill which backed up the power. From his experience, people with extraordinary power relied on it, partly disregarding the skill. It was human nature to lean on your strengths. Hideaki's movements were wild, but Takuma could sense the control behind everything move. I guess I should have accepted that from an Akimichi, thought Takuma. The Akimichi clan were the premier users of taijutsu in the village. However, I'll win next time, thought Takuma. Combat was never just pure hand-to-hand combat. Takuma was much better when he had access to his weapons pouch, and he was destructive when he could use his chakra augmentations, and he had proof that he could be lethal if he could use jutsu. Takuma opened and closed his fists to quicken his recovery from the light numbness in his bones. He gave Hideaki a sideways look, promising to himself that he would show power to Hideaki. He gave Aimi and Momo a nod as they passed him. It was their time to fight. He turned and followed Momo with his eyes. The girl was by far the best in their class. He wanted to see how much she had improved in a year and a half and where he stood against that best. His first ring ninjutsu fight was nearby, and the test run he wanted to do? He was going to use his dear classmates as that test run. As Takuma turned away, he didn't notice Momo turn and looked at him with an inquisitive look. Chapter 126, Badass Takuma. So much had happened in her life that 1.5 years seemed like they had passed in the blink of an eye, yet the time before seemed ages ago. She held her time in the academy in fond regard. It was a carefree, peaceful time, before she knew what it truly meant to be a shinobi. If she was being honest, she still didn't know what it meant to be a shinobi. At least, that's what her teacher kept saying to her. It was quite irritating, to be honest. Anyway, look at her, being swept away by the memories. Speaking of memories. She remembered Takuma. He was a quiet boy in her class, didn't speak to anyone, always minding his own business, or was it that he had no one to talk to? What was the term for it? Socially awkward, that's it. Takuma had no friends. What he had was bullies. Hige and his cohort had taken him as his target. To this date, she couldn't figure out how that was a fun thing to do. She read it was something about the feeling of power over someone else. She pitied him. She even tried to help him, but when he didn't seem enthusiastic about helping himself, she gave up. By their final year, she had stopped her efforts almost completely. In hindsight, perhaps making friends with Takuma could have helped him, but she didn't go that far. Why would she? Momo hated him after all. Civilian. That's what her parents were, and before she received her forehead protector, that was her identity as well. Shinobi. That's what she was now. Even though they occupied the same village, the two groups lived separate worlds. Civilians lived their lives in safety, away from the violent turmoil of the world they lived in, but that safety came at the price of liberty. That didn't mean they weren't happy, but they had to sacrifice one thing to gain another, though there were those like her dad who could live without sacrificing freedom. Abundant money tends to have that effect. The civilians bankrolled shinobi, and yet the latter was conceived superior. Then there were shinobi, who treaded danger and partook in the violence they themselves created. The life of a shinobi was hazardous. Death could send an invitation every day, and one could only refuse the invitation so many times. Only the truly strong had the right to continue living, but if history taught anything, even the strong succumbed before their natural end. However, that risk granted them power and authority. Evident by the fact that the village was created by a shinobi, and the head had always been a shinobi. Perhaps the people who had it best were the shinobi who didn't go to the front lines and instead used their skills in different areas. They had a lower ceiling than the traditional shinobi, but they were safe behind the village walls, and yet they still belonged among shinobi. Of course, there were exceptions: healers, engineers, seal masters, who were looked up to by their peers due to their importance. And yet, the Hokage had always been those who displayed their strength on the battlefield. Momo had yet to figure out why, but she had noticed those from a long line of shinobi history didn't appreciate when an outsider entered their world. Civilian-born shinobi were the outsiders. Perhaps they didn't think that someone without the lineage and background could do the job they did as well as they did and didn't appreciate the attempt. And in a way, Momo could see where they came from. Since entering the academy to this day, she had noticed how civilian students always lagged behind their shinobi counterparts. It was a generalization, but there was real-life proof for it. Most of the high-ranking positions in the shinobi administration were occupied by those from shinobi clans or families, and the percentage of clan jonin dwarfed civilian-born jonin. Those like the fourth Hokage were considered anomalies. Even that was short-lived, and now, the third Hokage was back in power. She remembered the early years of her academy. Momo wasn't always at the top of her class. In the early days, when she couldn't do the things she could do now, she struggled just like others. She would look at her classmates, who were better than her, and wondered how they got so much better. She didn't know the answer then. But if they could do it, she could do it too, Momo thought, and began practicing what was being taught in the class. Slowly but surely, she began improving, and before she knew it, Momo was the top student of her batch. Highest theory and practical scores. If it was being taught in the academy, she could do it better than anyone else. Along with that improvement in skill came popularity. The classmates who didn't talk to her much before became her friends. She got several of her best friends for life from her days in the academy, so she wasn't complaining. Who didn't like making friends? But, one day, as she was visiting the faculty room to give her class instructor a letter from her parents about leaving, she heard the instructors talking about her. Okubo Momo, top of the class. Impressive skill for her age, her class instructor said. They sure are, replied another instructor, but we both know it's only time before she gets left behind by the clan kids. Momo didn't remember much from the rest of the conversation, but what she remembered stuck with her. Why would they think that she would be left behind? She didn't know why both those words bothered her. So, Momo did the one thing that came to her mind. She continued to train to keep her position at the top. When the academy curriculum wasn't enough, she began searching for skills that weren't taught in the academy. Her parents helped her, for which she was grateful. And yet, she could see it in the eyes of the instructors. They never considered her an equal to the clan kids. They would praise her, but they would carelessly give away clues through their actions. Her sparring schedule, as she noticed, would follow a wave pattern with high-ability clan kids and low-ability students. Only when she effortlessly defeated the lesser-skilled ones would she be pitted against the clan kids, who would finally give her fair competition. But after one or two of those spars, she had to spend 4 to 5 spars with classmates who clearly weren't her match. Only when she began to sweep the floor with clan kids did the instructors begin scheduling all her spars with those at the top of the class. Eventually, she figured out why they treated her like that. Because she was a civilian-born student. And civilian-born students weren't skilled. They put her in the same category despite having her results in front of their eyes. A prime example of her findings, Takuma. The worst student in the academy, someone who would be beaten in every aspect by students several years below them. He couldn't do anything, it was so bad everyone wondered why he was even in the academy. It was people like Takuma who ruined the reputation of civilian-born shinobi. The rest of the civilian-born might not have been as worse as Takuma, but none except her could match them. In her eyes, Takuma became the symbol of why she had to work so hard to get the respect she deserved. Even when he improved, Takuma was still stuck at the bottom of the class, someone who needed 3 chances to pass the graduation test, further decreasing the image of civilian-borns in her peers' eyes. Perhaps hate was a stronger word than she intended, but she definitely disliked him. Only the manners instilled in her by her parents kept her civil with him. She was happy when they graduated as she was put in a Jonin team where she flourished. Kazuo wasn't like her academy instructors, he pushed her harder than ever, but only because he saw the potential in her. Taught her skills and showed her aspects of being a shinobi she hadn't even thought about before. As for Takuma, last she heard, he was in the Genin Corp with no further news coming to her through her academy classmates. It wasn't a surprise. She understood the dynamics of the Genin Corp. Even if someone in his position rose through the proverbial ranks, it would be several years before it would be noteworthy enough to make gossip about. But if Momo weren't seeing her through her own eyes, she would have thought it impossible. For a moment, she even checked if she was under a jinjutsu. Takuma was fighting on part with Hideaki. The same Takuma who couldn't touch Hideaki if the latter didn't want it during the academy. I can see why he got selected into the police force, Kazuo commented. He has gotten better, said Aimi. That's an understatement, thought Momo. Everything from the skill behind his combat arts to speed, strength, and dexterity had improved drastically, more so when you consider that it only had been 1.5 years since they had last seen him. He has improved more than Hideaki, she thought. If before Takuma couldn't stand in a fight against Hideaki, he was now fighting him on the same level. It was either that Hideaki hadn't improved one bit, or Takuma had improved much faster than Hideaki. She knew the former wasn't true, so the latter could only be the truth. But how? Takuma dodged Hideaki's bow-staff attack by backflipping and launched a volley of shurikens simultaneously. Hideaki tried to block them with bow-staff, but some of them hit him in the shoulder and upper chest. Hideaki grunted in anger. Seeing the opportunity in front of him, Takuma moved in immediately and began laying down a combo barrage of perfectly placed blows onto Hideaki, who, surprisingly enough, couldn't seem to pick a chance to disengage or retaliate. There was an aggression behind his movements which Momo couldn't put the finger on. One would expect the aggression to turn his movements crude, but Takuma showed focus through his choices. Each blow timed and placed in weak spots which hurt and hobbled. If Hideaki covered one spot, Takuma would hit another uncovered. But then Momo and her team saw something familiar happen. Hideaki, who was being pushed back, smashed his foot into the ground and came to a stop as though a heavy boulder. Within the next few seconds, he began matching blows with Takuma, and in the moments after, he was overpowering Takuma. "Sensei," Aimi turned to Kazuo. Kazuo nodded. "Hideaki, chakra augmentations aren't allowed in this." Before Kazuo could complete his sentence, Takuma landed a punch in Hideaki's gut which sent him flying several feet. "Fight!" Momo looked at Takuma. The look on his face had changed. Before, he looked calm and collected, but now there was a fire in his eyes and a grin on his face. He looked excited, eager, enthusiastic even. They heard him mutter, "I didn't think today would be the day I would face it for the first time. I'm glad. I am truly glad." "That was chakra augmentation?" muttered Momo. Kazuo nodded. Momo took a deep breath. The guy who could barely make a clone in the academy was practicing chakra augmentations now, a class of jutsu, challenging to learn and harder to master. The punch, as strong as it was, wasn't enough to keep Hideaki down. Even if he was bleeding from the cuts, Takuma had been able to get in through the gaps in the chunky armor he wore. One of the hardest things to do in the world was to put an Akimichi down. He got up, gripped his bow-staff, and charged for Takuma, who, in turn, dropped his kunai and shot forward with bare hands. Chapter 127, Fun Fights. Takuma stared at his fist. The dull ache in his knuckles and wrist was surprising. He had long passed the stage where his hands would start hurting after a fight or training unless he wanted them to hurt by pushing himself. But here he was, 3 minutes against Hideaki had caused him to feel the sting. He looked at the Akimichi, who was massaging his knee and had his other hand pressed against his aching abdomen. Takuma acknowledged that Hideaki was a monster in his own right. Not once had he faced an opponent in the ring who could take beyond a few well-placed chakra-augmented strikes. They always either quit or slowed down enough for him to finish the fight. But not Hideaki. Until the very end, Hideaki was in fighting condition. If the fight continued, Takuma was confident he would have emerged triumphant against Hideaki, but long fights were undesirable. He knew why Hideaki was able to sustain and endure his assault. He fought fire with fire, chakra augmentation with chakra augmentation. But unlike Takuma, Hideaki's chakra augmentation was superior. Takuma's self-created augmentations served a singular purpose, to increase the destructive power of strikes by discharging chakra at the time of impact. Hideaki's augmentation, on the other hand, was multi-purpose and much more versatile. It not only made him stronger, it increased his speed and improved durability. Hideaki was already all of those things, and furthering those attributes made him scarier. Takuma had won because he was more skilled in combat and used the experience forged in the ring to overcome superior stats. "I can beat him even if he went all out," he felt that from the bottom of his heart. Takuma had extensive experience with close-range combat, clearly Hideaki's strong suit, but Takuma's comfort was a mix of close range and medium range due to his ninjutsu collection. He didn't know Hideaki's upper limit, but he felt confident that his own upper limit was higher than his. "I would like to apologize, Takuma." Kazuo walked to him after speaking some words to Hideaki. "Chakra augmentation shouldn't have been allowed in this round. Hideaki broke the rules by using them first." "I would have used it first if he hadn't," said Takuma, confused. But he immediately realized where Kazuo was coming from. There had been many complaints against Takuma, Scars, in ring for using chakra augmentation in the weapons category. Many of his opponents thought that chakra augmentation belonged in the ninjutsu category and nowhere else, but Sabura had ignored them all, allowing Takuma to use his best weapon. Kazuo had a satisfied expression as he nodded. Takuma was sure that the Jonin was misunderstanding something, and he wasn't going to correct that misunderstanding. "I'm glad Hideaki forgot to book the training field today," said Kazuo. "Today will give them a lot to think about." He glanced at his students with a look that showed he cared about them, or at least that he cared about how they turned out as shinobi. Which was all one could ask from a Jonin teacher. "I'm glad for it as well," Takuma replied. "Very glad, indeed." "Remember, you have 5 minutes," said Kazuo, "and while you're allowed to use everything, let's not damage things that can't be fixed." Momo gazed at Takuma in front of her. He was staring at his feet with hands in his weapons pouches, fiddling. His body language was calm, but she couldn't tell anything beyond that. He hit it well. But she had seen his fights against Aimi and Hideaki, and they had already fought twice. The first fight had barely been won with them probing each other. The second fight they had fought, but unlike against Hideaki, he had been cautious against her. As Kazuo stepped back, Momo drew her sword out of the scabbard on her back. She had a sample of what he could do from his fight against Hideaki. If he could push Hideaki, of all people, back with his barehanded fists, then she wasn't going to let him hit her. Her sword would keep him away from her while she cut him to shreds. "Go!" Momo bent her knees, building stress in her legs as she raised her sword before shooting forward like a lightning bolt. Her sword was already slicing down at him before he could even catch the blade with his eyes. Clang! Her eyes widened a fraction as her sword clashed against the twin kunai. Her eyes caught Takuma's look at her, still calm, but now there was a calculating glint behind them. The kunai forced her sword to the side as Takuma tried to kick her ankle from under her. Momo jumped up, tucking her knees up while pushing her sword forward. Takuma tilted his head to the side to dodge the blade. Both immediately jumped away. But only for a moment. The moment their feet set down on the ground, they snapped towards each other. Momo deflected a kunai coming for her face, only to see a second emerge from the former shadow. She had to contort her body out of its way, and in doing so, she gave Takuma a chance to take her feet out with a sliding tackle. But it took more than that to hobble a competent shinobi. Momo took control of her body by turning midair. Momo flew parallel to the ground as Takuma passed under her. She knew that she had to reach the ground quickly as Takuma would be coming for her. And that he did. Takuma dug his heel into the dirt to slow himself down before shooting in the opposite direction toward Momo. He didn't bother to straighten himself and simply jumped headfirst into her body before she could stabilize herself. Takuma immediately positioned himself over her and started with a knee strike into Momo's abdomen. Momo coughed but retaliated with a head smash in his face. Takuma floundered for a moment, which was all Momo needed. She kicked him back and used her sword for all its advantage, leaving a gash in his side. She clicked her tongue when the chainmail under his clothes presented resistance which left the wound less grave than she wanted. To her surprise, Takuma didn't even react to the injury and smashed his fist into her face. Thankfully, it wasn't a chakra augmented, or her face would have caved in. They further wrestled on the ground before Momo threw him away. For the next few seconds, neither made a move. They didn't take small steps to probe each other or try to trick each other with feints. No, they simply stayed still with their eyes fixed on each other. Takuma broke the stillness when he began to weave hand seals. Momo gritted her teeth, and her grip around her sword tightened. She took in a sharp breath as chakra began to seep into her sword. A smirk crossed her lips as she heard the familiar hum in the soft shrill she had come to love hearing. She positioned it overhead and charged forward. Whatever Takuma was going to throw, she was going to cut through it and slice him down at the same time. Kazuo smiled when he saw Momo assume her favorite sword stance. When he had first met her and seen a sword on her back, he had a mind to scoff, more when he heard her say that Kenjutsu was her specialty. Wet behind their ear Jinin didn't know enough to have specialties. And he was right. Momo wasn't skilled enough to call Kenjutsu her specialty. But Kazuo could no longer scoff because he saw what she knew and realized the potential in his new student. The sword was to Momo what the gunbai was to Uchiha Madara. They were made for each other. So, Kazuo did what any sane teacher would do. He gave her the resources needed, called in friends and colleagues well-versed in the art of Kenjutsu, and had her train under them. As he had expected, Momo bloomed. She picked up an advanced Kenjutsu style and paired it with Bukijutsu class ninjutsu that suited her perfectly. He glanced at Takuma weaving hand seals. He liked the kid, but he didn't have a chance against Momo. The record between Momo and Hideaki was skewed steeply in the former's favor. Takuma's chest puffed and widened before he released a mass of high-speed water towards Momo. Magnificently executed, Kazuo thought. But Momo swung her sword down in a swift strike which split the entire water wave in two. It was as though Momo was water repellent as not a single drop hit her, all the water mass was pushed to the side. The force behind her strike was such that an arcing wave traveled out of the swing, cutting through the continuous jet of water until it reached Takuma and ripped through his clothes and chainmail, leaving a very long cut that went from shoulder down to his mid-thigh. Perfection, Kazuo muttered. Momo rode the momentum, and straightaway launched an offense. In response, Takuma ran away. Kazuo watched in surprise as Takuma ran away from Momo. There were no other words for it. Takuma ran while Momo gave chase after him. When she released wind cutters from her sword, he would desperately dodge. He was nicked here and there, but was never hit completely, even once. Even when Momo managed to close the distance, he would somehow evade all her strikes. They ran around in circles. What is he doing? Aimi said, bewildered. Is he trying to run the time out? Kazuo couldn't think of another reason. If Takuma ran out the clock, the result would be a draw. But this was a spar, they were trying to practice combat. Running so he could force a draw wasn't what he should be doing. If he were on a defensive strategy, Kazuo would understand, but this was not it. Suddenly, an explosion blew up the ground after Takuma chucked an explosive tag at Momo, who cleanly dodged it. Takuma knelt on the ground and began weaving hand seals. The moment the dust cleared, Momo darted toward Takuma. Kazuo could see she was frustrated. Not a clean hit, not even a blocked one, after so many swings was a frustrating feeling. Takuma ran once again, but this time, he ran towards Momo. For a moment, Kazuo was confused as nothing happened after Takuma weaved his hand seals. But then Takuma threw up two kunai into the air in front of him. It was at that time the situation changed as the water Takuma had sprayed from his previous justa came to life and rose into the air like magic and shot toward Takuma's back into a large blob. The water blob wiggled before dividing itself into two parts. A second later, the tentacles snatched the kunai out of the air. Kazuo recognized the jutsu. Water release, 8 tentacles. A D-rank jutsu that did as it was named, create tentacle-like appendages which could carry a reasonable weight. A versatile jutsu that he didn't usually see used by those proficient in water nature. Kazuo realized what Takuma was planning. Momo was fast with her sword, but if she had 2 more kunai to deal with at the same time, her speed would barely be enough to keep up to speed. And that's what happened. In an instant, the dynamic changed as Momo fell on defense while Takuma pushed her on offense. The water appendages were strong, and the lack of any human anatomical limitation made defense levels difficult. But 2 is his limit, Kazuo scratched his chin. The jutsu allowed for a maximum of 8 tentacles, but the usage wasn't that simple. Every tentacle needed to be consciously controlled. As such, the difficulty increased with each additional one. A person could control their two arms naturally without thinking because they were part of their natural physique and they had practiced doing so since birth. However, a third or fourth or fifth arm was neither of those things. Extensive practice went behind moving new limbs smoothly in conjunction with their natural ones. Every additional arm raised the difficulty and stretched concentration. He turned to Aimi. I don't remember seeing Takuma's file when I was choosing from your batch. Why is that? He was the first one to choose, which was how he got Momo. He got directly sent to the Genin Corp, Aimi answered. Why would they do that? Kazuo looked at Aimi in confusion. Aimi shrugged. I don't know, maybe because he sucked back then. Kazuo frowned and returned his eye to Spar. Momo grunted and huffed as she moved her sword faster than she had done in a while. The last time she had moved so fast was against a senior chunin while in training. Takuma was attacking her with 3 kunai at the same time. 2 held by the water tentacles and 1 in his right hand. She glanced at his empty arm. That was an entirely different problem. She knew he was keeping it open to use augmented strikes if she gave him a chance. Takuma's style hadn't changed much from before. He targeted her legs more than anyone she had fought, which was more annoying than anything. But now she had to deal with the 2 other arms that unfailingly attacked when Takuma created an opening to strike. Ugh! She yelped in pain as Takuma dug a kunai into her upper thigh. Momo tried to load her sword with chakra but was immediately made to cut the connection by a chakra-augmented kick smashing into her upper arm. A sharp pain spiked through her arm, making her almost drop her sword. Her mind raced, trying to figure out the next course of action. Her eyes darted at the water appendages holding the kunai. As though timing it, the tentacles chucked their kunai at her the moment she blinked. Her sword moved on instinct to deflect them before she had to reel her instincts in when Takuma jabbed the kunai in his left for her abdomen. The blade screeched noisily as Momo successfully managed to dodge. Her relief was momentary as she was hit by an augmented kick straight on the cut in her thigh. For the first time in the fight, Momo backed off. She hastily swung her sword that cut off half a tentacle before jumping back and creating distance to get a breath of time to compose herself. Takuma didn't follow her. There was a pause in which he stood still for a moment. The water blob on his back twitched before the water moved to the tentacle Momo had cut off, replenishing it back to its original length. It was after that Takuma pursued her. Momo noticed all of that. Not only did the water mass she had cut not rejoin the water under Takuma's control, he also had to pause for a moment to reallocate the water. Was it because Takuma wasn't proficient at the jutsu, or was it an inherent limitation of the jutsu? Momo didn't know the reason, only that if it happened once, the chances of it happening again were high. I just have to keep cutting, she thought. Momo took a deep breath and delved deep into her focus. She blocked out her surroundings, an unwise move, but they were alone with 0 outside factors. She could afford to tunnel her concentration. The effect was instantly felt. Takuma's movements didn't get any slower, but she could react better to them. Slice! One of the tentacles was shortened by half. In return, she got stabbed once in her shoulder. She gritted her teeth from the pain as she lifted her sword and struck again. Slice! 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 She cut both enough that they no longer had the range to reach her. Gah! Takuma shouted hoarsely. She managed to leave a gash across his arm and chest. The momentum changed yet again, and Momo was at the offense, but she realized that with her leg and shoulder injured, it wouldn't be long enough before he would regain the advantage. She could see it in his eyes. He was still calculating, trying to figure out her next move, but as Momo anticipated, Takuma paused to reallocate the water to regrow the tentacles. Chance! She yelled internally. Momo raised her sword high above her head. It was a time-consuming move, every millisecond was important, but here she could afford it. Chakra gathered on the edge of her blade as she swung down. However, the unexpected was a mainstay of the battlefield. Takuma's 2 tentacles regrew, and 2 additional ones burst alongside the old ones. The 4 water appendages layered themselves atop one another in front of her sword. As her sword metal sliced through, she could feel how the water was much denser than its usual property, most definitely a function of the jutsu. It wasn't enough. The chakra on the edge cut through the resistance and slipped past the water mast. But the fight had shown that the Takuma of today wasn't the same as the Takuma of old. He crossed his arms in front and blocked the sword with his arm guards. Clang! The sword hit the metal plating, stopping the sword from reaching the skin. Momo clicked her tongue. But she managed to cut a majority of the water mass, which was a positive. She immediately jumped back, and Takuma did the same. Her condition was a level worse than Takuma's. A direct confrontation was unadvised, she thought. She gazed at him as the water tentacles returned from 4 to 2. She briefly glanced at Kazuo before coming to a decision. It was time to end the spar. She dropped her sword, and her hands blurred as she formed hand seals. Fire release, incinerating wildfire. The chakra bubbled in her lungs as she felt her body warm up from the inside. She loved how it felt when she used the jutsu. It was pure power. Power that she had control over. She breathed out, and pure chakra transformed as fuel burst out of her mouth, igniting into a wide spray of deadly fire. The fire burned the grass and scorched the earth as it blew toward Takuma. Momo picked up her sword and stood up. When the fire blew over, there remained but scorched ground. Momo frowned. Her first thought was that she had erased Takuma into ash, but when she looked at Kazuo, he hadn't made a move. Then it struck her, Takuma was fine. If he hadn't been, Kazuo would have interrupted the fight. She looked to her right. He wasn't there. Then to her left. No sign. She raised her eyes to the sky. But he wasn't there as well. Crack! A shiver went down Momo's spine when he heard the sound. She turned toward her back as the ground split open, and Takuma, his clothes burnt and his skin singed, leaped out of the earth. She barely had time to draw her sword and push chakra into it as Takuma emerged. I give up. Takuma raised a bloodied and burnt hand. Momo wasn't surprised. She released the tension in her body and let her sword tip touch the ground as she lowered her arm, easing the burden on the injured shoulder. She didn't realize how labored her breathing was, she could hear it over her thumping heat. The fight was over. Before either could as much as blink, Kazuo appeared between them. Both of you fought good, he said with a smile. He placed himself between them as though anticipating one of them to attack the other. Momo and Takuma looked at each other. Neither of them wanted to continue. You cheating bastard. Who is the wench that seduced you, said Sangdo as she treated Takuma's wound from the spar. You didn't fight today. How did you get these? Takuma looked at her. He was too exhausted to engage in jokes with her. The fight was exhausting. Momo was probably the most formidable opponent he had faced. I had a spar today. The people I sparred with took me to the hospital afterward, said Takuma. But after so much time getting treated by Sangdo, Takuma had to book a checkup with his trusted Irionin to ensure the hospital had done everything properly so he could have peace of mind. Must have gotten your ass kicked in light sparring. Look at all of these burns, these will be a pain to heal, Sangdo said, lifting the bandage over the part of the burnt skin. How did these happen again? B-rank fire release jutsu, Takuma answered shortly. He didn't know the jutsu's name, just that it was a B-rank jutsu. Oh, no wonder they're so bad, she said. Dodge next time. He scoffed. He had dodged, only he had done it a moment late. The jutsu had once again dug out some bad memories. The moment the heat from the jutsu reached him, he remembered the land of frost. He had been licked by the wisps on the fringe of the same B-rank jutsu. It was stronger than what Momo had cast, and had to roll on the ground to extinguish them. Takuma closed his eyes as the image of Dai's crushed head flashed through his mind. He grunted again as Sangdo touched his side. Unlike the ring fight, he hadn't stopped cold against Momo. But that slight delay had cost him. By the time he decided to use the earth release, hiding in the rock jutsu, she was already 3/4 way through her hand seals. It was fortunate that his hasty hand seals were enough to activate the jutsu, or he would have been an overcooked person. The B-rank jutsu was unexpected. He didn't think Momo would whip out the big guns. They were both genin, but Momo had access to a B-rank jutsu. And he was sure that she had access to more. If he had given her a chance, she would have shown him what she could truly do with her sword, something he wasn't keen on facing. He had grown stronger since the Land of Frost, but he still had nothing to counter a B-rank jutsu like Momo's. His C-rank defensive jutsu, Earth Release, Earthen Dome, was ripped apart by a B-rank lightning jutsu, which wasn't even aimed at him. The divide between C-rank and B-rank jutsu was a canyon. "Did you win?" asked Sangdo. "No," said Takuma. He had decided to call it quits the moment Momo had spit the first licks of fire out of her mouth. "Do you think you'll win your first match?" Sangdo asked after she was done patching him up. Takuma stood up, stretching his body, pulling on the newly treated, still healing wounds, and getting slapped on his back for it. "I will try," he said. If all genin in Ring's ninjutsu category were like Momo, then the Hidden Leaf would have already conquered the world. Chapter 128, Mikoto. The fact that he was excited about his suspension ending tomorrow worried Takuma. Even though it didn't start that way, the week turned out to be a much-needed break. His head felt much lighter than it was before, and in conjunction, his physical condition, too, had improved. And despite getting burned 2 days back, he would describe himself as refreshed. And to top it all off, he was going to meet his new jinjutsu teacher today. "So, who is it?" he asked. "Her name is Uchiha Mikoto. She's currently inactive but maintains the rank of Jonin," answered Uchiha Setsuna. Takuma's jaw dropped. He came to a stop in the middle of the street and stared at his recruiting officer. He felt he recognized the name but couldn't recall where he had heard it. But that wasn't important, he was more concerned with the fact that he was a few minutes away from meeting a Jonin. "You could have told me that earlier, sir," he said. "I would have done some reading about the topics before coming here. I do not want to seem completely dumb before a Jonin." He should have done some reading anyway, but knowing his teacher was a Jonin would have done wonders for his motivation. "Is this your first time in the Uchiha compound?" asked Setsuna. Takuma nodded as he looked around. "I must say it's lovely," he said. The Uchiha compound was one of the newest constructions in the Hidden Leaf village, built after the Ninetales attack on the village. The entire Uchiha population was moved to a single area. The clan had turned their allotted area into a gated community with shinobi guards at every entrance. No one could enter if they weren't a resident or had permission from a resident to do so. Due to the fact that the entire community was built at the same time, the architecture in the Uchiha compound was uniform, and every building fit together like pieces of a puzzle. The buildings weren't copy-pasted from a single template, and every individual one had its own unique design and charm. He was aware that the Uchiha weren't happy with the decision to move them, especially with the state prison right next door, but they had definitely made the most of it. "I'm glad you liked it," said Setsuna. "All your lessons will be conducted in her home. You'll be given an entry pass which will renew every month until Jonin Mikoto deems it worth her time to teach you. Be clear that she's volunteering to teach you and can end these lessons any time she desires to do so. I pulled some strings to get her to teach you, but from here on out, it's up to you to maintain these lessons. You lose her, you lose your jinjutsu teacher, there will not be another." Takuma nodded. He understood he needed to be on his best behavior from here on out. Few could order a Jonin around, and there was no one who would force a Jonin to teach him. "How did you get Jonin Mikoto to volunteer?" Takuma asked. "And why did she agree?" "She found free time on her hand." "As for why her? Let's just say it'll motivate others when they see that one of their own getting the opportunity to be under the tutelage of a Jonin. So, I'm a publicity piece?" Takuma narrowed his eyes. His batch of outside recruits wasn't the only one. They were only the first batch. The police force was planning another influx next year. He now understood how Setsuna got a jonin to teach him. Higher the reward, the higher the desire. Setsuna wasn't only motivating the people in his current batch, he was also attracting potential recruits with higher talent grades in the second recruitment. Setsuna was using him as a dangling bait for all people. If he could do it, they could do it. Takuma had no problem with getting a jonin out of this, but he didn't have to like the attached strings that came with it. As far as he knew, he was the first one to get this sort of reward. If he angered Jonin Mikoto somehow, causing her to drop him as a student, many eyes would see that, and getting another opportunity like this would become difficult. He wasn't well liked by many in the Department of Organized Crime after his stunt, and he knew people like Yoshiaki would use any chance to make his life in the office harder than it needed to be. Their destination was in the center of the Uchiha compound. From the look of the size of the houses, the general spaciousness, the width of the roads, and the cleanliness, it was clear that it was a posh area within the compound. Takuma followed Setsuna into a walled-off house. There was no name near the outer entrance, only a house number. The building was a traditional two-story Minka architecture with a meticulous garden with trimmed lush green grass and trees which looked too old for them to be planted in the past 10 years. He bet there was a koi pond somewhere on the property. Setsuna knocked on the door. "On your best behavior, Jin and Takuma," he said. "Yes, sir." The door soon opened to reveal a woman who very much looked like a housewife. A gorgeous housewife, thought Takuma. The Uchiha woman was a fair-skinned beauty with long, straight black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. She wore a simple dark purple blouse with a red plum skirt and a light yellow apron worn over it. Her beauty only stayed in his mind for a moment, as Takuma could immediately tell that the housewife was a shinobi. The signs were clear, and she wasn't trying to hide it. It was due to his police force training. Before the training, Takuma interacted with shinobi so much that the traits became a norm for him. He couldn't see past those norms. In training, he was taught to look for the signs, so they always stood out to him. In turn, Takuma began to study civilian posture and gait to see how they held themselves, what were the difference between a desk worker and a construction laborer, how did age factor in, weight and height. As there was no guide on the subject, Takuma took note of every trait he could feasibly observe. "Jonin Mikoto, thank you for hosting at your home," Setsuna said respectfully. Polite as always, Setsuna, Mikoto smiled. She then turned to look at Takuma, who felt her eyes scan him. "You must be Jin and Takuma. Come inside." "Thank you, ma'am," said Takuma as politely as possible. "I'll take my leave," said Setsuna. Mikoto didn't ask him to stay and headed inside. Setsuna grabbed Takuma's shoulder and whispered, "She's a good woman. As long as you remain civil, I don't think there will be a problem, but beware, you don't want to offend her, especially her. Take this opportunity to learn, it'll do you good," he said. The tatami room they settled in was bigger than Takuma's apartment. It was mostly empty, with minimalistic decorations on the wall. The sliding doors were open wide to let a breeze in from the outside, showing the view of the garden, and, as Takuma expected, a koi pond. Tea and snacks were waiting for them. Takuma wasn't used to sitting in seiza, it wasn't a part of his daily life, but seeing Mikoto sitting with her knees tucked made him do so too. "Why do you wish to learn jinjutsu, Takuma?" she asked. "I believe it to be an interesting form of jutsu," Takuma answered. "On the battlefield, the mind is often your strongest asset. It's a powerful place, and what you feed it can affect it in a powerful way. What can you trust more than your mind? How do you react when you realize that your mind was targeted and can be done so again? Moreover, rarity works to its advantage. I've conversed with many of my peers. Most of them can't cast a jinjutsu. Most have opted to learn how to spot and dispel jinjutsu, but even that is learned at varying levels. I know an exploitable gap in the market when I see one. If jinjutsu is so powerful, then why is it not more widespread?" she asked. "Because physical damage is much more visual than mental damage. If you break a bone, it stays broken. You never know with the mind, most people believe that a simple Kai would reverse any damage done, and you're back to square one, he answered. That is true. Do you agree? Jinjutsu, like anything else, is a tool, ma'am. The ability to disorient or influence your foe in any meaningful way to increase the chance of launching a deadly strike is highly important. If Jinjutsu can open the gate to ending the fight, then it has its place on the battlefield. The only reason Takuma was alive today was because of Mist Servant Jutsu. It was the trump card that had turned the tide in his battle against two highly trained shinobi. Makoto hummed as she poured herself some tea. What about you? What is your experience with Jinjutsu? Minimal. The times I have faced Jinjutsu can be counted on one hand. Mist Servant Jutsu is part of my arsenal, and only that. Most of his experience with Jinjutsu came from Mariboshi's training to identify and break Jinjutsu, and from his spars against Nenro, who was the only one among his sparring partners who used Jinjutsu. Nothing more? No theoretical knowledge about Jinjutsu operation, deployment, and creation? Takuma shook his head. That's not much for someone interested in Jinjutsu. Time is the main issue, ma'am, which is why I seek out a teacher. I don't think I can take out enough time in my day to wade through the field of Jinjutsu unaided. I require guidance, a specific learning plan, so I don't waste precious time searching for what's important and not. There was a limit to what Takuma could learn on his own. Learn effectively, that is. There were a few topics that couldn't be self-taught, and Jinjutsu was not one of them. He could learn Jinjutsu like ninjutsu or any other skill he had learned over the years. However, due to its complex nature, Takuma didn't think self-teaching was a wise venture, which was why he had asked for a teacher more than anything else when offered. Makoto took a sip from her tea. Takuma glanced down at his cup. It had cooled down. He picked it up and took a sip nonetheless. Let's talk about expectations, Makoto said. I'm doing this because my children now spend most of their day out of the house, leaving me a sizable portion of free time, which only lasts till 3 in the afternoon. So, our lessons will need to be wrapped up before that. It goes without saying, you will not be given an exemption in terms of your on-duty hours. Takuma heaved a sigh. I can use my break time for the lessons. 1 hour. Makoto smiled. 45 minutes every weekday. I appreciate and demand punctuality. I shall wait 5 minutes before canceling that day's lesson. If you're to come even a minute late, you'll be turned away. No begging. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Every Friday will be a test to gauge your improvement. By no means am I expecting you to be perfect, but I need to see the needle move in a meaningful manner. Even if that week's yield is failure, failure is meaningful in my eyes. I require you to learn something from it. No progress for a few consecutive weeks will end our arrangement because it's a sign that you're not being diligent, or I'm not a suitable teacher, or you have no natural aptitude for Jinjutsu, or it might be that I have no longer anything I can want to teach you. Any reason it might be, I believe it'd be a waste of time for both of us to continue. Takuma could feel the pressure bearing down his spine. His experience with progress hadn't been completely positive. On top of that, he had no idea what were the standards of meaningful in a Jonin's eyes. He might be thinking that he was doing good, but come Friday, he was given a negative report card along with a strike. I'll try my level best to teach you. Now, what are your expectations from our lessons? Asked Makoto. Takuma took a moment to compose his thoughts. I hope these lessons help me learn, understand, and apply. I have no special expectations regarding the curriculum. I will learn whatever you wish to teach me, but I need to develop a proper understanding of every concept taught, so I hope repeated questions will not irritate you. Finally, by the end of our time together, I want my learnings to translate into practical application on the field. All of that depends on you, Takuma, but I will facilitate and enable you to gain whatever you need. If everything goes well, Jinjutsu will be part of your combat style, Makoto smiled. You misunderstood me, ma'am. When I say field, I expect applications outside of combat. I have seen my senior officer, Uchiha Kano, use her Sharingan on crime scenes and in investigations. I wish to achieve similar usage. Takuma had some plans concerning jinjutsu use out of combat, but he didn't know how to go about achieving that. Though now, with a Jonin as his teacher, the chances of eventual success seem to have increased. Interesting, very much so. I will take that into account for my teaching plans, said Makoto. And one last thing, you may sit cross-legged from tomorrow onward if you wish, Takuma. Takuma felt an embarrassed blush come up his face. Of course, she had noticed. Yes, ma'am. There was a sudden sound. By no means hidden, but faint due to the distance. Takuma's sensitive hearing picked up the opening of the door. It sounded like the heavy front door, the rushed footsteps which sounded a lot like running. He titled his head. He had measured the distance from the front door to the hall. Even if he presumed an average stride, the number of steps he heard would have gotten the person here by now. Mom! The voice was shrill. Male. A child, he concluded. Takuma looked at Makoto. It was her son. Then he recalled how she had said her free time ended around 3 in the afternoon. The academy a little after 2 in the afternoon. It seemed her free time ended when her son came back home. In here, dear. Makoto called for her son. I will take my leave then, ma'am, Takuma said as he stood up. The sliding door opened, and a child entered the room with enthusiasm, only to come to a halt when he spotted Takuma. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know you had guests, said the son apologetically. It's okay, dear, Makoto stood up as well. This is Jin and Takuma from the police force. He will be coming here every day to work with me. Please, introduce yourself to him. The son turned to Takuma and introduced himself formally. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your service. Takuma felt the smile stretch across his face as he returned the greeting. It's nice to meet you as well, Sasuke. You're in the academy, aren't you? How's it treating you? He was going to find Setsuna and kill the man even if it meant turning rogue. Chapter 129, Living Life. Takuma entered the headquarters after his 1-week suspension with heavy eyelids. He hadn't gotten much sleep last night. The events of yesterday bore heavily on his mind. The awareness he would be at Sasuke's house 5 times a week was a stressful realization. It went without saying that he preferred if things were different. But they weren't. He was stuck with visiting arguably one of the most important buildings in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, after a night of thinking, Takuma realized that things weren't as bad as he initially thought. He was using his lunchtime for the lessons in the middle of the day. No one except Makoto would be home, so Takuma wasn't worried about meeting with problematic people on a regular basis. He was going to learn jinjutsu and get out as soon as possible every day. When Takuma entered the organized crime offices, he felt eyes fall on him. He had expected that, so he walked to his desk while staring down at anyone staring at him. Most of them turned their eyes away when Takuma maintained eye contact for more than a moment. Some were frowning at him, but most surprisingly, a few even gave him appreciative smiles and discreet thumbs up as he passed by. One even wordlessly patted him once on his back. He had not expected that reaction from anyone who wasn't directly involved. It seemed some people liked what he and his team had done. Look who decided to show up. Takuma had just dumped his bag on his desk when he heard the voice. He turned back to see Arisu before him, her arms crossed and a faint smile on her face. He had been completely cut from the department in his suspension, so it had been a week since he had seen her. How are you? She asked. Ready to get back to work, he answered. What about you? How's the wrap-up going? 1 week was more than enough to arrest multiple people, have multiple interrogation sessions, get confessions, and possess ample information to implicate more people. He was sure by this point, they had already finished the lion's share of their job and had passed the work to the state prosecutors who would press charges and present the cases in court. Still going at it. It has been a lot of work. Everyone had to pull their hands together to process everyone we bought in, said Arisu. It was crucial that they, department, moved quickly to ensure that the suspects they brought in didn't have enough time to get their stories straight, threaten people, and do things that might make their jobs difficult. "Please tell me it's at least as good as we thought it would be," asked Takuma. "It's much better," she said. "Bigwigs are very happy about it. A lot of good press." "Yeah, I saw the articles." "No wonder I got some smiles today." Takuma looked around the office. "You know, some people came asking me if you had another big scoop planned. They would like to help, as they put it," said Arisu. "I mean, come on, big things like this don't come every day." Takuma was smiling. "Do they? Do you have something planned?" she asked, stepping closer to him. "I might have something." "Why, you interested?" he asked. Arisu was interrupted before she could speak. "Jin and Takuma. In my office, please." Kano entered the office and ordered as she passed by their desks. Takuma took out a folder from his bag and turned to Arisu. "Well, wish me luck." Arisu had her mouth agape, her eyes stuck to the folder in Takuma's hand as he walked away from her. Takuma entered the office as Kano was setting her things down. He waited patiently by her desk, not speaking a word until she addressed him. He observed her, trying to check her body language, but the woman gave nothing away. Sending Chunin Oishi to assist in the investigation. Trying to be helpful, "Jin and Takuma," she said. Takuma didn't apologize. If he did so, he would be admitting that he was at fault. He had made a suggestion in his report, which the higher-ups had deemed logical enough to follow, and in return, they had got a competent interrogator to consult and oversee the process. He wasn't at fault. In fact, he was the benefactor. "I called in a favor for the sake of the case, ma'am," he replied. "Yes, I can see that," she replied, sitting down behind her desk. From the looks of it, she wasn't mad at him, but she wasn't pleased either. Meaning he was safe. As long as he continued to bring in the results, Takuma was sure their relationship as boss and subordinate would survive just fine. After all, Takuma wasn't really interested in making friends with anyone with Uchiha in their name. That would only lead to hurt. "What now, Takuma?" "Now that you're back," she asked. "Work as usual, ma'am," Takuma said before taking a page from the folder. "This is my request to not be disturbed during my lunchtime. I would be out for an hour every day without fail and wouldn't be available through any means of contact except for the most concerning emergencies." Kano received the request letter. "And why is that?" "I'd be studying under Lady Uchiha at her house every day during my lunchtime," said Takuma. "Lady Uchiha?" asked Kano as she read the letter. "Jonin Uchiha Mikoto," answered Takuma. Kano stilled for a moment before looking up from the letter. "Pardon?" "I was given the chance to study jinjutsu by Jonin Mikoto. And she's only free during my lunchtime. This is a heads up that I'd be absent during that time period, and in case my presence is truly needed, you can fetch me from there," said Takuma. He knew no one would come looking for him at that house unless it was truly important. They wouldn't want to offend Mikoto. Her status as a jonin was enough to keep most away. "You can confirm it from Chunin Setsuna. He'd be able to corroborate my claim." He didn't need permission from Kano as his lunchtime was his lunchtime. He was off duty. But he understood that sometimes he might be needed, so this was his way of telling Kano where to find him. "I will do so," she muttered. Kano looked up at him. "Any other surprises you want to get out of your way before I let you return to work?" "That depends on what surprises you, ma'am." Takuma placed the folder on her desk. "What is this?" she asked. "A proposition," he said. "During the week I was at home, I thought a lot about the Maiko triad case. I believe the time I worked on the case was the most productive I have been. Due to how I handled it, I had to work alone, with help coming in the last stages. All that time spent alone forced me to learn faster and more than I had ever done in my life. I felt good about myself during that time. I was good at what I was doing. Those feelings were partially true. Takuma did feel great when his plan slowly came together. He was proud of what he had accomplished. I would like to on narcotics cases, ma'am. I live in a place with a big drug trouble. I see what they do to people who abuse them. I have seen civilians a little older than me running their lives. I want to stop that. I want to return to the community. What you have in your hand is a proposal to create a team that targets reducing the presence of drugs in the Hidden Leaf Village. I want to go after every major and minor player that operates within our jurisdiction in hopes that one day our village would be narcotics-free. No more lives lost due to the terrible substances which harm our loved ones, our youth, our shinobi. If Takuma wanted to accomplish what he had planned with Inomoto, he needed control over the cases he worked on, so he could target whatever information Inomoto provided. If he had that freedom and hopefully a team behind him, the most difficult part of the challenge would already be solved. Of course, Takuma knew things wouldn't be so easy. You realize you didn't pull the shutter on the Miko triad. Kano leaned forward in her chair. We only got our hands on their low-level and some middle-level members. They're still very much running strong. This would be appropriate, she pointed at his proposal, if you had put an end to them. You're overestimating your accomplishments. Takuma spoke, ma'am, the truth right now is that the Miko triad isn't going to wage a territorial war. Due to the fact we caught so many of them, they're forced to take a step back and pull back their activities until the wind blows over. I did all that in less than 2 months while also handling other cases under you. Imagine what I can do much more if I can dedicate myself to one target. Imagine what we could do if I had a team with me. We don't have a dedicated narcotics team within our department. I want to create a team specializing in such cases for maximum efficiency and impact. It's a well-known fact that drug money bankrolls so many illegal operations in and outside the village. Money makes the world go round, and if we hit them where it hurts, the effects will show everywhere else. He could see that Kano was still skeptical. He didn't blame her, but he could help her. That proposal includes something akin to a proof of concept. Takuma pointed at the folder. If you assign me a small team of my choice and let me work with them for a month, I will provide results that will prove the feasibility of this idea. He opened the folder to a page and let Kano read over it. His time working under Irika had taught him how to do paperwork. The young Chunin was obsessed with proper paperwork and had forced his team to learn the appropriate way. Takuma had gone to Irika during the week and shown him the drafts. As Takuma had expected, Irika had torn into him about the mistakes and had him go through revisions. The final product was what Kano was reading. It was so polished that it glimmered. Let's say I push this above the chain of command, and it gets accepted there, Kano spoke after reading. What would you do if you fail to come up with results? If I fail, my reputation will fall to someone who got lucky once. I will lose all the momentum I have going for myself. People will be less willing to listen to me. It'll be a pretty bad setback, said Takuma. Then why are you smiling? Takuma didn't know he was smiling, but he indeed was. Maybe because if I succeed, I shoot up in the opposite direction. High risk, high reward. And I feel confident about this, ma'am. Kano asked Takuma to leave. When he got to his desk, Arisu jumped him. What happened? She asked. I can't tell you, Takuma replied. She frowned, but he continued. Until Kano gives it a green flag, it's better if I don't say anything. If it goes well, she will come to you with a choice. It's up to you if you wish to accept it. What's the choice about? Takuma looked her in the eyes and said, an opportunity to do something great. 3 days later, a temporary narcotics task force was formed. Takuma was declared the leader. Chapter 130, Betrayal. Inomoto rubbed the back of his neck as he stood in front of the door. He took a deep breath before entering the room to be greeted by the crowd gathered to watch one of the rare events in the ring, the debut of a newcomer in the ninjutsu category. It wasn't every day when the ring allowed one of their fighters to enter the ninjutsu category. A regular ninjutsu category fight was rare enough, but when a new fighter debuted in the arena, people with time, money, and influence on their hands used the fights as an excuse to socialize. He looked around the area, and as expected, he recognized everyone he laid his eyes on, old shinobi with too much time on their hands and younger ones looking to network for their benefit. Inomoto wondered how many of them had actually come to watch the fight. It was universally known that Sabura's sense of taste was horrible, but it seemed that even the ring's boss knew better than to force it upon his important guests. Tasteful music filled the room at an appropriate simmer so that people could converse without shouting. Gorgeous civilian men and women served alcohol and food and to entertain if the patrons desired. The decor was kept simple and spacious, with enough seating to maximize practicality and comfort without excessive gaudiness, which Sabura was known for. Inomoto picked up a glass from a waiter and sedately walked through the room to see who he should talk to first. There was some time before the fight, and he might as well make small talk with some people. He listened for the conversations in groups and found the one he could slip into easily. "I heard this Scars is quite young." "How young are we talking?" said a middle-aged man Inomoto recognized from the Hidden Leaf Mining Division, the governance office which handled mining activities that came directly under the purview of the Hidden Leaf. None in the group seemed to know the answer. Inomoto saw his chance and seamlessly stepped in. "I believe he's younger than 15, said Inomoto, garnering the group's attention. "They say he was 13 when he started, and it has been a year since he began, so 14 would be a good guess, but the management might have fudged the numbers to put attention on his young age, thus, 15 or less." In truth, Takuma was 12 and a half when he began. Being that young, Sabura had decided to keep Scar's age vague in case someone above ground, as Sabura put it so eloquently, tried to bullshit my position away from me. In truth, the whispers Sabura had asked his team to spread were that Scars was anywhere from 13 to 15, as to put Scars as someone who had at least 1 year as shinobi under his belt and not some green-as-grass rookie who had been duped into joining the ring. "And who might you be?" asked the man. Inomoto smiled and introduced himself. "Chunin Inomoto, Irionin from the Medical Training Division." Inomoto saw interest rise in their eyes when they heard that he was an Irionin. He smiled and continued to make small talk with them as any Irionin would. Never had his decision to pursue Iriojutsu when he was a new Genin let him down. "What more can you tell us about this Scars fellow?" He took a moment to spin a tale. Not much is known about Scars as he never joined a team, a smart move given Takuma wanted to keep him as anonymous as one could be, but I've heard a few things about Scars. The group physically leaned closer to him. Many looked down on gossip, but it held a strong power over people. There were few who didn't like to hear gossip. No one wanted to miss out on something others knew, it made them feel they were involved. And when people heard something interesting, they would pass it along regardless if they knew it to be true or not, in an attempt to make them seem interesting and in the know. It has only been a year since Scars appeared in the ring arena, and he's about to make his debut ninjutsu category, which was highly unusual. Usually, it took several years of hard work to reach the stage, and because of that, it's believed that he's from a great clan tasked with conquering the ring as soon as possible, and from the looks of it, he's doing well. If it were anywhere else, the charm would have been if Scars hadn't been from a clan, but in the ring, which didn't see clan shinobi ever, a fighter from a clan held a certain charm to it. Moreover, almost everyone in the room belonged to shinobi clans or families. The story of a clan shinobi reaching ring's pinnacle at record speed established a sense of superiority over non-clan shinobi. He was simply telling the people what they would like to hear while chuckling inwardly, knowing Takuma was as far from a clan shinobi as possible. The false gossip had its intended effect. They continued to look interested and now were looking pleased. "Which clan?" asked Kunoichi. "Nara or Yamanaka," replied Inomoto. They looked confused and interested, so he continued. "There have been several complaints against Scars about his use of chakra augmentations, so it was speculated that he's close to Akimichi Sabura." "The boss?" "Indeed. But one look at Scars will tell anyone with half a brain that the boy isn't an Akimichi. So, who else could have Sabura overlook so many complaints but someone strongly allied with Akimichi? Thus, Nara or Yamanaka. Personally, I think it's a Yamanaka. A motivated Nara, if one exists, would turn their eyes somewhere other than the ring." The group laughed in response. "It seems the fight is about to begin," Inomoto commented as everyone turned towards the arena below. Let's get seated. He enjoyed networking, but today, he had come to see Takuma. Now that they had deepened their friendship, Inomoto was more invested in Takuma than before, not to mention every Scar's victory meant a bit more money into his pocket. It was chump change, but that change did build up. Chunin Inomoto, would you like to engage in some friendly betting? Inomoto looked towards the group. It didn't happen often, but he was outranked by everyone in the group. He could clearly see in their eyes that they were trying to have some fun at his expense, who wasn't part of their group. He wanted to laugh. They were looking down at him. He felt something inside him bubble up, telling him to wipe those smirks off their faces. It wasn't a pleasant feeling because he knew he couldn't do so. Since you seem to think so highly of this Scar's fellow, are you willing to set? He turned to look at the arena below. There stood Takuma donning his mask. He might have been the one to recruit Takuma into the ring and had kept a check on his performance through the year, but when it came to personally watching the fights, he hadn't seen many. Knowing the results was one thing, but knowing the fine details of how said fights progressed was another. It wasn't wise, he thought to himself. If he lost the bet, he would be humiliated. I should politely refuse and say that I do not partake in betting. I should refuse. But with every passing moment, the smirks felt more and more like mocking smiles. Of course, I'm more than willing, Inomoto smiled, keeping the smile on his face. Let's spice things up, shall we? He wanted to see those smirks wiped off their faces. Down in the arena, Takuma focused on his breathing with his eyes closed. Sabura had come to see him when he was getting changed, and just the look of the blob of a man's face was enough to anger him. No matter what Masaki said about Akimichi's greatness, he knew one of them was a spoiled piece of horribly gamey meat. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The arena was bigger, and the cage was higher. There was only one ninjutsu category arena in the ring due to the rarity of such fights. According to Sabura, Takuma would have to wait for at least a month before he got a chance to participate in another ninjutsu category fight, and that was only if Takuma gave him more 2v1 fights, which Takuma was more than happy to give him. Takuma resumed focus on his breathing. He needed to focus on the current fight instead of thinking about the next one. The arena wasn't the only different thing about the ninjutsu category. Takuma looked down at the gear he was wearing. Due to the involvement of ninjutsu, the fighters were allowed a set of gear of their preference approved by the ring. Takuma had chosen what he usually wore during the day. In the moment, the chainmail draped over his torso felt like an unbreakable armor. He felt powerful. Are you ready, sir? The fight referee asked him. Takuma looked at the man with a strange expression hidden behind his mask. Sir? But he nodded, nevertheless. He hadn't been called that before. The respect in the man's voice felt strange and foreign. The last time he had felt something similar was the gratitude from the villagers he had saved from bandits in the Land of Frost. He shook the thought off his head and turned towards his opponent. Viper. A tall and skeleton-like woman with a slightly hunched back and inky black hair that flowed beneath her butt. Her armor was lighter than his, which told Takuma that she was more concerned with her speed than protection. He noted down the observation for later. But the most striking thing about her was her mask. Unlike the flat mask that most ring fighters wore, including Takuma, Viper wore a mask that was in the shape of a snake with a surface texture mimicking a snake's scales. It was stylized to suit her. The mask reminded him of another stylized mask he had seen before. Sparring, the leader of the troupe, a famous team in the ring, wore a stylized mask. When a fighter won their first ninjutsu category fight, they were rewarded with a stylized mask as a sign of prestige. If Takuma won today, he would be awarded a mask of his own. The person Takuma had thought of had come to watch Takuma's first ninjutsu fight. In a private booth reserved for prestigious ring fighters, a handful of them, all wearing stylized masks, sat to spectate the fight. Among them was Sparring, sitting in the front. The other ninjutsu category fighters had left the seats around him empty. Most of them were active fighters, which meant they were Jinin, and the few who had been promoted to Chunin, too, didn't dare sit near Baron. They could feel it. Even though they all wore stylized masks showcasing their status, the man sitting in the front was far beyond what they could handle. Their instincts as shinobi, honed by numerous fights in the ring, told them that if Baron wanted, he could kill all of them combined without breaking a sweat. Which was why none of them said a thing about the woman Baron had bought along with him, even though it was reserved for ninjutsu category fighters. "I didn't think I would be hearing about him so soon," said Baron to the woman beside him. "He has progressed much faster than you anticipated." "Faster than I anticipated? You had a different opinion?" the masked woman shot back. Baron shrugged. "I hadn't thought about him since I last saw him. I charged you to keep an eye on him for a reason." The woman clicked her tongue. Baron chuckled before turning his eyes back to the arena. "He has changed," thought Baron as he observed Scars in the arena. The fight hadn't started, but he could already tell from how Scars held himself to the progress the young shinobi had made. He understood that Saburo wouldn't have allowed Scars if he didn't think the latter wasn't ready. It meant that Scars had indeed progressed enough that he had a chance to fight in the ninjutsu category against opponents who would use ninjutsu to tear their opponents down. Baron looked to the woman at his side. "So, what has he been doing outside the ring?" Sango? Chapter 131, Inomoto. Takuma had a particular way of initiating combat. He preferred giving his opponents the first move unless he knew beforehand that it would put him at a disadvantage. There was much to learn from how a person opened a fight. But if his opponent didn't grab the initiative he offered, Takuma would generally go for the first strike. He intended to do the same with Viper. After a long-drawn introduction, every ninjutsu category fight was accompanied with extra fanfare. The announcer stepped out, and the moment the bell rang, Takuma walked towards the center of the arena. Viper followed the same, and the distance between them narrowed. When the distance was appropriate, Takuma offered an invitation by opening himself, giving Viper an opportunity to attack. It was walking the line between tempting and taunting, which he found was the most effective to get someone to attack you. Viper's stance changed. She upped her speed a level, but didn't jump on the opportunity as many would. She had accepted the initiative but at her own pace. Level-headed, Takuma added a label to the woman. Takuma equipped a kunai each in his hand. Simultaneously, Senbon appeared between Viper's fingers, which she launched with 0-point delay. Instinct took over as he jumped to the side to evade the long needles. Senbon were annoyingly difficult to dodge at close range. They were fast, their small size made them difficult to block without a shield, and they could easily slip through gaps in armor when used by an expert. Takuma jumped to the side with a dodge roll. He didn't stop and initiated another roll. A wise decision as another volley of Senbon struck the space he had vacated. Using the momentum, he kicked himself to his feet, twisted to face Viper, and threw the kunai at her. He was one beat slower than her as she released her Senbon before he threw his kunai. Takuma dodged the Senbon he could and used his sturdy arm vambrace to intercept those he could not. The sharp needles dug punctured pinholes into the leather but couldn't break skin due to the thickness and the tight wrapping beneath it. He breathed a sigh as he pulled the needles out before re-equipping kunai. Viper had effortlessly dodged the kunai. She wouldn't have been here if she wasn't able to. She grabbed one of Takuma's thrown kunai and charged for him. The two clashed. Viper used her open hand to grab onto one of Takuma's hands, but their other hands clashed with their kunais sparking. Near constant movement during battle was beaten into every shinobi, but the fights in the cage came to a still as only their arms moved in blurred motions of thrusts, stabs, and parries, trying to stab the other. Takuma let go of the kunai in his grabbed hand and gripped Viper's wrist, pulling her down. With the posture disrupted, Takuma pushed her kunai bearing away before stabbing down for the shoulder. It was in that exact moment where Viper contorted her body in an eerie fashion. She let herself fall, getting herself completely out of the kunai's root, making Takuma miss. She dropped the kunai and grabbed Takuma's arm with both arms, and used the momentum to pull him to the ground. Takuma knew what would happen before Viper's limbs slid around his body to put him into a hold. He couldn't let that happen. Before Viper could solidify her hold, Takuma made an awkward move he wasn't used to. He concentrated his chakra into his elbow and thrust it back in an augmented strike. The pointy elbow hit her on the top of her arm, making her grip loosen, allowing him to slip out. He bit his lip behind his mask. Punches, palm strikes, kicks, he could do. Knee strikes were doable if he was in perfect posture, but elbow strikes were yet to be added to his augmented repertoire. The pain in his elbow spiked when he moved it. It was by no means out of commission, and he could tell the pain would subside eventually on its own, but the fights were usually short enough that he wouldn't feel any noticeable difference until after. It was an annoyance that had the potential to be the deciding factor in his loss, but Takuma wasn't worried about it, only that he had been injured so soon after the start. I need to change the momentum. The short exchange was filled with information Takuma could use from now on. Moreover, unlike him, Viper had been in ninjutsu category fights. Takuma raised his hand, ignoring the pain in his elbow, and began forming hand seals. It was time to use his advantage known as the unknown. In the VIP fighter booth, Baron leaned forward in interest as Takuma weaved hand seals. Oh, he's using it already? That's fast. I guess that's to be expected by a rookie like him. From personal experience as a spectator and participant in ninjutsu category fights, and numerous skirmishes on real battlefields, shinobi were stringent with using ninjutsu. Chakra management was a very real and very important factor in attaining a victory, which was why shinobi had to play a very careful game of speculation on how and when to expend chakra so as to not run out of it before the opponent. Failure to do so was one of the leading causes of death on the battlefield. Isn't it fine? The fights here end up fairly quickly. They don't have to save up. Baron glanced at Sangdo. She was one of his several informants inside the Hidden Leaf. Sangdo was special due to her position and association. Not only was she an apprentice to Chunin Inomoto, who was a fairly big player in the drug business inside the Hidden Leaf, but she also worked in the ring because of Inomoto's position. Initially, he approached her and converted her so they could keep an eye on Inomoto as he began to make moves in waves, but her role had also expanded into being an observer inside the ring. Baron liked working with her. She was good at her job, had close to no bad habits or vices which interfered with her work, and their relationship as handler and informant was fairly straightforward, which spared them from tiptoeing around each other with the exhausting thoughts of being betrayed. Moreover, she was a pretty damn good healer. If she weren't working under Inomoto, who only offered ring professional exposure instead of hospitals, research facilities, or field missions as other Irionin teachers did, Sangdo would have been already close to being promoted to Chunin. Despite that, from what he knew, her promotion was at most 1 year away. The thought of her promotion made him sigh internally. Her promotion meant the end of their relationship, as it would mean she would no longer apprentice under Inomoto and would also leave the ring. Their deal was that in return for spying on Inomoto, they would pull strings and put her into a position of her preference after her promotion. He had agreed, thinking that it would be a while until that day arrived, if ever, but who would have thought that she would come out as her own as an Irionin? After all, Chunin Irionin were another grade of rare. In fact, if Baron was still in his current place of occupation for the next few years, he was not against recommending her as a potential recruit for the division. That's how good he believed she was. Habits sneak when you're not paying attention, Baron said as he observed the fight. Arcs of lightning crackled out of Takuma's hands, accumulating in his palm before shooting toward Viper. That's pathetic, he thought. It was too weak. If that was the best Takuma could do, he might as well stick to the style he used weapons category. He continued, for ring fighters, a majority of their combat experience comes from the ring. Experience is good, but you have to be careful how it affects you. He looked up at the cage around the arena. The size of the arena, the cage restricting the space, absence of armor, all of these things mold combat styles more than people realize they do. Real life is different. The ground isn't always so flat and even, spectators don't drown every other sound, and the opponents aren't always alone. Once you get comfortable, those come biting back. Anyone who stays in ring long enough participates in hundreds of fights without armor. Eventually, everyone realizes that due to the lack of any armor, being aggressive is the best practice, as one well-placed hit can change the direction of the fight and end it quickly. They forget that it's not like that in the field. They become reckless, and when that one momentum-changing hit doesn't pan out, they expose themselves to a deadly strike by a prepared enemy. It's surprisingly common how many people end up converting ring fights are fairly short to fights are fairly short. Baron felt a phantom pain a couple of inches below his heart. He momentarily closed his eyes as the memories of a cold enemy's sword barely missed his heart. The injury had been soon healed, and any scar inside or out had been cleared away by a highly skilled Irionin several years ago. The memory, however, remained in his mind as a scar that couldn't be erased. He had fixed those bad habits. But he knew several who hadn't and had lost their lives. He didn't need to look back to bet good money that several of the top fighters sitting behind him would show those same bad habits if they were made to fight. Ideally, a shinobi should have a usable amount of reserves left after an encounter to account for unexpected complications that may arise. He looked at Sangdo and could tell that she was no longer interested in what he was saying. All Irionin were like that. Looks like your pick is going to lose, Inomoto. Badly at that. And here I thought you were some sort of ring expert. Inomoto chuckled with a hearty smile. We never know. The momentum can change until the very last moment. But inside, he was seething like bubbling oil. He didn't need to peer between their words, whispers, and titters to realize he was perhaps the least influential person inside the group. Unlike their distinguished backgrounds, he came from a humble background of genin parents who retired as soon as possible and shifted into business. They were probably thinking that they were better than him. These people knew nothing. He didn't have their privilege. He had to put in real work to reach his position. What did they know about the countless sleepless days and tired days he had put in? He had gotten his hands dirty to make connections they had been passed down without an iota of effort. He was 100 times better than all of these people. He clenched his fist, digging his nails into the flesh to maintain his smile. Usually, he had no problem keeping his emotions deep down, but today they seemed overly enthusiastic to come out. We can always cancel the bet. It doesn't feel fair. I heard only 1 in 10 rookies win their first fight in the ninjutsu category. How about it? Inomoto glanced, keeping his relaxed face plastered on his face. Once a bet is sealed, it's rude to take it back. I just can't help but side with the underdog, so even if Scar's losses, I will take the loss graciously. The man scoffed as if bored by Inomoto's reaction before turning away to watch the fight. Bullshit, Inomoto jeered internally. He couldn't give 2 dirty shits about underdogs or favorites. He liked the winning side and only that. If someone with a winning history went into a slump, he would abandon them without hesitation. People were only good until they were useful. He looked down at Takuma, who was shot a weak lightning bolt a 3rd time, and for the 3rd time, Viper dodged it effortlessly. He's so bad, Inomoto's eyes turned kaldi. Takuma's performance wasn't inspiring confidence. What if he was like this at his job in the police force? What if his thing with Maiko Triad was luck, and he was going to give him crap results? If he can't do it properly with all the help I'm giving, Inomoto looked down at Takuma. Then he was going to the shitter. Chapter 132, Appear strong when you are weak, and weak when you are strong. This is a piece of cake, thought Viper as she dodged the 4th lightning release jutsu from her opponent, Scars. She was delighted when Sabura told her next fight would be against a newcomer. The chance of victory jumped tens of points when the opponent was a newcomer instead of an experienced veteran. She was further delighted when her opponent was revealed as Scars. It was a surprise that Sabura allowed him a chance at the ninjutsu category after just a year. It had taken her 3 years to get Sabura to entertain a talk about a potential fight and another half year before the fight had happened. However, Simultaneously, she wasn't surprised that Scar's only took 1 year. Sabura's bias towards Scar's had reached her ears. If it were another scenario, she would have opposed Scar's entering the ninjutsu category so soon in his career, but now that she was fighting him, she was all for it. She got to the undeserving man, got a substantial payout out of it, and bar Scar's for at least another half year before he got another chance. It was a win-win-win, all for her. And right now, she was sure anyone watching could already tell that Scar's wasn't ready for the ninjutsu category. She had yet to use a single ninjutsu while he had launched 4 of the same jutsu, a jutsu he was clearly not proficient at. She was confident she could take one of them head-on, and her chances of victory wouldn't change. In fact, the audience had seen plenty of his pathetic attempts at using ninjutsu, and it was time to show them a beatdown. Viper was confident, but she was also aware that Scar's was still a threat. His chakra augmentation had earned him certain infamy. The tales from the medical room circulated like a cyclic event in the ring. She was aware that Scar's was probably more experienced with chakra augmentation than anyone she had fought outside of ring, because he used it literally in every fight. Her team had gathered information. Scar's used chakra augmentation as a momentum breaker and a finisher. There was a sting atop her arm, just below her shoulder, that hadn't gone away ever since Scar's had landed a hit on her. Viper could tell that he could inflict much worse. On top of that, Scar's was known to be quite liberal with his kunai use. One of her team members had fought against him, and he had dragged the kunai across his thigh after stabbing it fairly deeply. She couldn't carelessly get close to him. Right now, Scar's was still trying to use ninjutsu instead of his usual effective combat style, making it the optimal chance for Viper to gain an irreversible momentum shift to her side. She jumped away from Scar's and began weaving hand seals. Water release, water bullet jutsu. When Scar's had first used a lightning release jutsu, Viper was worried because it gave him an advantage over her, who exclusively used water release jutsu. But after seeing his proficiency, she realized there was no disadvantage. Highly pressurized water bullets capable of taking chunks of human flesh shot at Scar's, who moved like a top gymnast, barely moving away before the bullets could hit him. Each bullet left a sizable dent in the ground, showing its destructive capabilities. "Got him!" Viper exclaimed internally. Scar's wasn't fast enough, and Viper's last water bullet hit him. The water bullet exploded, sending Scar's flying away from the force. Viper wasted no time and charged for her prone opponent with Senbon, her weapon choice, in her hands. Her Senbon were coated in a paralyzing poison that stiffened the muscle around the entry point. Scar's had managed to dodge most of her Senbon, but not all. A few had managed to strike him in his arm, which she thought his vambrace had stopped, but a few moments later, Scar's looked like he had difficulty moving his arm. If she could strike him in the legs or even just his other arm, she could take his most important weapon, the chakra augmentation, away, making it levels easier to defeat him. But just as Viper got in range, Scar's arm moved suddenly, and a kunai was airborne. Viper's breath hitched for a split moment when she caught a fluttering red behind the kunai. An explosive tag. Her composure returned just as quickly. She realized there was no time to dodge, nor could she take the risk of grabbing the kunai to disable the tag. Viper moved quickly and dropped into a sliding tackle while minimizing her posture into a fetal position to reduce her surface area. The tag sparked above her and exploded with near-perfect timing. Viper felt the force slam down on her. If not for her sliding on the ground with her body held tightly, she would have been thrown away. Viper groaned as a momentary disarray hit her senses, but powering through, she got back up. Bomb! Viper's eyes bulged out as she felt an overwhelming force assault her midriff. Standing in front of her was Scar's, drenched in water. Her pain receptors hadn't sent her brain the warning signs, but she could see his foot digging into her body. When the force passed the threshold, Viper shot back like a missile. Her body traveled to the other corner, slamming into the cage's upper section. The thick metal structure groaned as the force tried to force Viper through the mesh. Viper, suffering from the intensity of the attack, had no composure and fell to the ground on her front. She got up while whimpering in agony. Her inner ski mask stuck to her skin, and the scent of iron overwhelming her nose. Her abdomen screamed in distress, but she worked through it and tried to locate herself and scars relative to the arena. Her vision was half blurry, and her focus was shot. She saw scars kneeling on the ground and immediately acted upon sight. Fueled with largely defensive instinct and a tinge of anger boiled, she began weaving hand seals. Chakra rumbled and coursed through her chakra pathway network like a flood. Water release, water trumpet jutsu. The C-rank jutsu's force hit the arena with such a force that the stage trembled as waves of water spouted everywhere. Viper targeted the direction where she saw scars, but spread her attack in case he tried to evade. Shit! Viper coughed, and more blood soaked her ski mask. The kick had injured more than she had initially thought. As her focus returned, she realized that in the moment of instinctual response, she had overdrawn her reserves. It had made her jutsu much stronger than she had intended, which wasn't a problem by itself, but her reserves were much lower than what she wanted after using a D rank and C rank each. Viper took in a deep breath. Her calm returned, and she once again located scars, and like an alarm blaring at maximum value, the realization that he was nowhere to be seen assaulted her. Her eyes darted everywhere. He had to be inside the cage. Her reaction was instantaneous, and Viper started running in a zigzag pattern while continuing to look for scars. She didn't know where he could hit her, so being on the move was the best way to minimize the risk. Splash! The entire arena floor was covered with water. Viper threw Senbon in the direction of the splash before getting a proper look. Scars dodged them with a sliding tackle and was up and running the next moment, continuing his charge toward him. Viper blocked Scar's first strike with her forearm. She only found after the impact that it was augmented, and her leather vambrace did nothing to dull the impact. The punch didn't break bone, but the force traveled and all but dislodged her arm out of her shoulder. The next strike followed immediately after, and a palm strike dug into her abdomen. Viper felt more blood come out of her mouth. She recalled her previous plan to not come in close contact with Scars. The pain in her abdomen only confirmed that she was right. As Scars wound up his arm for another punch, Viper gambled on time and agility and bet on herself. Before Scars could punch out, clearly slowed down by the chakra augmentation he was surely putting behind it, Viper pulled out an explosive tag. She held it in front of her. Explosive tag hostage. It was a very popular tactic to hold an explosive tag in front when the enemy was in close range. By holding an explosive tag, the opponent was forced to jump away in case the user exploded the explosive tag, even if it took out both of them. Even if it was a popular tactic and the opponent knew what the user was trying to do, disregarding it wasn't a wise choice because there was always a chance that the user was crazy enough to go through with it. No one wanted to take that risk. Now, go away, Viper thought. She wanted some space, even if it was for a few seconds, and she was sure that Scars would like that too. Scars jumped toward her. What? One of his hands shot toward the explosive tag. In surprise, Viper wasn't able to keep Scar's hand away, and he managed to rip the tag, rendering it useless. Both fighters tumbled to the ground and had a tussle where Viper managed to headbutt Scars in the head and knee him in the groin. She could have used their floored position to force him into the hold but decided to move away. Taijutsu wasn't her specialty, and she didn't want to challenge that claim against someone like Scars, who could crack something. But as Viper slid away from Scars, she decided that she wanted to at least get some advantage out of the exchange and went for her poison Senbon. Huh? Viper looked down at her waist when she couldn't find her weapons pouch, and to her horrifying realization, it wasn't there. She almost snapped her neck when she looked at Scars and saw the boy holding her weapons pouch as he backed away. He had stolen it. Anger burnt through the surprise. She weaved hand seals, and Scars followed suit. Viper didn't care and let water release, water trumpet jutsu draw as much chakra as the jutsu desired. A flood of water once again descended upon the ring arena. This time, Viper saw Scar's response, which was to slam down his palms on the ground after the hand seals for the ground to move, rise, and shift to form a dome around Scars. The tides of water assaulted the dome, but the solid earth remained steadfast against the rageful waters. Viper coughed as the water finally stopped. She felt a burn in her chakra pathway network from pushing the jutsu to a previously untrained level. Before her thoughts could move away from the new pain she had taken on, the dome crumbled, and Scars exited like a racing stallion. He was weaving hand seals as he ran. Viper didn't move. She sneakily reached for a hidden compartment on her belt where an emergency set of senbon were hidden. They were coated with a poison that caused the muscles to spasm uncontrollably. It wasn't allowed in the ring, but she didn't care, and knew that if she won, they would practically write the penalty with a slap on the wrist. I can take it, she thought. Takuma's lightning release jutsu wasn't strong, and she could take the chance even with a jutsu slamming into her chest. She was going to use her own body as bait before striking a deciding attack. Splash! Instead of lightning arcs snaking around Scar's arm, water around him rose and collected near his back. Two long and thick tentacles emerged from him, and before Viper could react to the water release jutsu when she was only expecting lightning release from him, the two tentacles wrapped around her hand and wrist, restricting them. Scars stopped in front of her and two more tentacles shot out and restricted her legs just as she was about to move away. Viper tripped down, and as she fell, she saw a punch coming for her face, which was the last thing she saw before things faded to black. Chapter 133, Umbu. Takuma rotated his wrist as he glanced at the Irionin working on his injuries. Sango wasn't available. She had told him beforehand that she won't be there to heal him after his biggest fight in the ring. It bothered him because he, 100%, preferred Sango treating him than anyone else who wasn't a Chunin or Jonin because she was familiar with his body more than him, but she had offered him a free session for being a loyal customer, which was a good deal. Thankfully, Viper hadn't inflicted any egregious injuries, more like he hadn't given her a chance. He had taken a risk by changing his usual strategy for the fight against Viper. His standard method was to observe, then dance with the opponent while either looking for an opportunity or creating one if it didn't exist before using one of the opportunities to its maximum benefit and finishing the fight as soon as possible. This time, however, he had played a mental game with Viper, laying traps like a hunter preparing to catch prey. It was often said that between two equally skilled fighters, the smarter would win. Which was true, but people, even highly skilled ones, overestimated the value of intellect in combat. Takuma believed instinct, honed instinct, to be the most used weapon in combat. When two people fought, shinobi or not, around 80% of the time, they didn't think about the moves they were making. Every strike and maneuver weren't the results of conscious thought but something subconscious instinct had been trained to do without relying on the slow conscious systems. In the earliest days of his training with Mariboshi, the old shinobi had beaten the tendency to think about moves out of him and had built a foundation of instinctual movements upon which Takuma had built his fighting style. Intellectual strategy came into play in the broader strokes of a battle which had a substantial role in the outcome. In the fight against Viper, Takuma had focused more than usual on those broader strokes. He understood the context of the battle, which he used to his advantage. Not using it would have been such a waste. Unlike his opponent, Viper, he was a big unknown. No one knew Scar's element release of choice, his ninjutsu arsenal, or his combat style when ninjutsu were involved. On the other hand, there was plenty of information available on Viper. Takuma had the information on Viper 2 days after the matchup was announced. He knew she exclusively used water-release ninjutsu, that her weapon of choice was the senbon, and that she dipped her senbon in a paralysis poison. Her defining traits were in the open. It didn't make her easy to defeat, but it did give Takuma the opportunity to plan for them, a privilege that Viper lacked due to zero information. Takuma began with the paralysis poison. He couldn't afford to get hit by one of senbon because he didn't know the exact potency of Viper's poison. The accounts he had heard ranged from mild numbness to something that could turn an elephant into a stone. Of course, he was told that her poison was within regulation. To add some extra protection, he wore thicker clothing and wrapped a thick bandage around his arms, legs, and torso. It was a bit awkward, but the exchange was worth it because in the fight, a few senbon did hit him, but none were able to break skin. It was an in-the-moment decision to pretend that his arm was infected because Viper was keeping her distance, and he wanted her to approach on her own accord instead of him chasing her. Next was Viper's elemental release of choice. She used water release ninjutsu. Takuma had choices from earth release, water release, but his weakest element, the lightning release, turned out to be the basis of the tactic he ended up creating. The plan was to build a false image that Scars had learned lightning release ninjutsu by repeatedly using lightning release, shock at Viper. He knew she would be cautious at first due to the type mismatch, but after seeing his poor performance with lightning release, shock would alleviate her worries and would swing the needle in the opponent direction to overconfidence, which was what happened. Getting hit by Viper's water bullet jutsu wasn't the plan, but he got hit nevertheless. He lifted his head to see the Irionin's hand over his chest with the iridescent green glow. Thankfully, he was only hit by one bullet, or else he wouldn't have had the chance to forfeit, much less continue. It was that hit that prompted Takuma to end the weak lightning release tactic and start using everything he had. After kicking her to the opposite side of the arena, Takuma had used earth release, hiding in rock jutsu to traverse beneath the stone floor, but Viper running around had ruined it. It was possible to use earth release, earth tremor sense jutsu while using hiding in rock jutsu, but it was far away from Takuma's skill level. He traveled blind. So, when Viper had moved, he had missed the opportunity to ambush her. The ever-reliable earth release, Earthen Dome hadn't disappointed, and he had effortlessly saved him from Viper's C-rank water release jutsu while getting more than enough water for water release, 8 tentacles, which he had used to finish her off in conjunction with a hearty chakra augmented sock in the face. The lightning release, shock gambit had paid its dividend in the fight's final moments as Viper was clearly expecting it, and the water tentacles had come as a startling surprise. However, the moment which gave him the most pride was stealing Viper's weapons pouch. He hadn't planned for it. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, which had paid off greatly. Yes, it had taken away Viper's choices, but it had startled her, making her feel vulnerable. A moment of hesitation was enough to turn the battle. He was satisfied with the battle. Takuma closed his eyes to rest when he heard a voice more annoying than nails against a chalkboard. "Ah, Scars, my sweet sweet boy," Sabura's loud voice filled the medical room. "What a performance you put in front of us today. It made my day." He laughed joyously. Takuma opened his eyes with a sigh and turned his head to look at Sabura. He saw that Inomoto had accompanied Sabura. Their eyes met, but other than Inomoto wishing congratulations, they exchanged no other words. "When can I fight my next ninjutsu fight?" asked Takuma. Ninjutsu category fights weren't a daily affair. The ring hosted perhaps 2 or 3 every month, which was a rare deal considering the number of fights that happened every single day. "Hasty, aren't you, boy?" Sabura grinned. "Not even off the Irionin's bed and already looking for the next battle. Have patience, boy, we will get you your next fight eventually." Takuma stared at Sabura for a moment. He wanted to fight more ninjutsu fights. As long as he could increase his experience with facing ninjutsu, he was fine even if he lost and didn't get the very generous ninjutsu category payouts. "I'll no longer be participating in taijutsu and weapons category," said Takuma, gathering everyone's attention in the room. Even the 2 Irionin in the room looked at him with surprised expressions. "I'll only fight in the 2v1 category from now on. Set up duos, I'll fight on their terms, with or without weapons. Announce to the teams that I'm looking for opponents, and if they have it in them, tell them to come fight me. I'm ready." He looked straight at Sabura. "I'm patient, but do hurry, boss. I'm in the mood for a conquest." Takuma had made it quite clear without saying it directly. He was giving Sabura as many 2v1 fights as he wanted, but in return, he wanted more ninjutsu category fights. It was the simple give-and-take transaction, a language everyone in the underworld understood the best. Sabura remained silent for a moment. "What if you lose? What if I don't?" Takuma responded. If he lost 2v1 fights, the audience would lose interest in watching him faster than a sinking rock. But if he kept winning, he would not only set off a rising interest in the audience, but the teams in ring would also try harder to beat him. With every passing fight, he would be forced to show more of himself, and they would, without doubt, observe him and use that information against him by sending their prepared duos in hopes of a big payday. If he kept winning regardless, he would become a bigger draw of people than he was now. Indeed, what if you don't? Sabura chuckled. If that's what you want, who am I to stop you, the great scars? Come by tomorrow. We have to make you a new mask now that you have earned it. Takuma nodded and turned his away, closing his eyes. The conversation was over. I want him, said Baron. Sango glanced at her handler. She quirked her brow as she asked, now? Of course not, he scoffed. He has the potential. I'm changing his status. We will be keeping an eye on him. See where he goes, and if he continues to progress and doesn't fuck up, his file will, at the very least, reach the recruitment office. As for if they extend an invitation, well, that depends entirely upon how he progresses from now on. You do realize that he's not just Inomoto's fighter, he's also his business associate, said Sango. So? Baron looked at her. Sango could only see his eyes. As long as he isn't colluding with the enemy and passes our standards, we couldn't give a fuck if he's doing some business on the side. His weed dealing is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, it's beneath our jurisdiction. Even Inomoto isn't that big of a deal, but we keep an eye on him in case he oversteps his bounds. I will have a problem if the boy gets caught because it will tell me he can't keep a covert operation. He laughed. He works in the police force. It's so damn funny if you look at it. You don't mind him breaking the law? I thought you guys had high standards. Baron stood up, laughing. The fight had ended a while ago, and everyone except them had left the room. If we went out looking for squeaky clean people in a village of mercenaries for hire, we would have to shut her down for not having enough people. He gazed outside at the caged arena. There are many standards, but when it comes down to it, only a few things truly matter, things like the ability to get things done. I have no use for a law-abiding, tree-hugging patriot who can't complete a mission. Things like loyalty, he scoffed, there are many ways to ensure that, high-level competence, that's all that matters in the end. Sango stared at Baron's back. She had been working for the man for 2.5 years, and she didn't know anything about him except for what little was known in the ring, which wasn't much. Time moved faster in the ring, people rose fast, but they were forgotten faster. Baron, too, had been forgotten, turned into a legend, and legends were seldom entirely true, they exaggerated and embellished. But she was sure that he knew everything about her. It worried her before, but she had long since gotten over it. He had set up the conditions of their collaboration, and as long as she remained within those bounds, she would be the one benefiting the most. What do you want me to do? She asked. Well, nothing. Inomoto and Ring are still to be your main focus. If you can, try to get to know him more. What kind of person is he? His views, ideologies, goals, vices, flaws. I want to know what makes him happy, what makes him tick, what does he get up in the morning for? I want to know Takuma, Scars, Toby, whoever he is. Chapter 134, Jinjutsu Matrix. Takuma sat in the same tatami room he had when he first visited the family home of arguably the most important Uchiha in the village. A cool breeze flew into the room from the wide-open sliding doors beyond which a picturesque garden presented a stunning scenery. Takuma retrieved a brand-new notebook and pen from his bag and placed them in front of him. He wiggled his toes, recalling the basics of jinjutsu he had read in preparation for the first lesson. His debut in the ninjutsu category had taken priority, rendering him unable to devote enough time to the pre-read, making him nervous. He didn't want to appear as a fool. The door to the room slid open, and Uchiha Mikoto entered with a plate of refreshments. She flashed him a smile as she sat in front of him. Takuma stared at the green tea steaming in beautifully handcrafted ceramic cups. You may sit with your legs crossed if you're uncomfortable, she said. He was sitting with his legs tucked beneath him, and indeed, it wasn't a position he was comfortable with, as he always sat on chairs or crossed his legs on the floor. Takuma felt a heat come up to his face. "Thank you for your concern, ma'am," he said, but didn't change his position from the seiza. It was better if he got used to it. "Suit yourself," said Makoto, and picked up an alarm clock from the plate and placed it to the side, but not before starting the 45-minute timer. Let's start with the easiest and most difficult question regarding the topic. What is jinjutsu? I have had discussions with many regarding the definition. Some think it's not important. In contrast, others believe that if you don't understand the basic definition, how would you practice it properly? Takuma gave the question a thought. He was of the mind that a definition of such a broad topic wasn't important, as a few lines couldn't encompass the entire meaning, but he gave it a try nevertheless. Jinjutsu is a classification of jutsu, which allows a user to influence a target's mind through their senses, he said, keeping it short. I was expecting more, but that is a valid definition. Makoto elegantly picked up her teacup to take a sip. If I had to add something, I would elaborate a little more. As you said, jinjutsu influences the mind, and mind is the correct word over the brain, as jinjutsu doesn't change the physical structure of the brain, but it does influence the electric and chemical processes which are happening in your brain. So, like influencing the software instead of the hardware, said Takuma internally. He had once read about the difference between the brain and the mind on ELI 5. Brain was the hardware, while the mind was the operating system software which the hardware ran on. Of course, he didn't say any of it out loud. Additionally, I would specify how jinjutsu influences the mind. Jinjutsu alters the target's ability to perceive reality. Have you ever been under a jinjutsu that showed you the impossible? She asked. Takuma nodded, recalling the time during the basic training final tournament when he had been shown building height stone golems by someone from the Yuhi clan. Then you will know that deception of the senses isn't an apt description when put in the larger context, which is why altering reality perception is a better descriptor. Takuma thought back to his experiences and offered an example. Like jinjutsu, binding. The user binds the opponent in a jinjutsu, rendering them incapable of movement. They truly believe that there's a restriction that they can't break. Nenro used jinjutsu, binding liberally during their spars. He had stopped using it on Takuma because it never worked, but in the past, Takuma felt like there was a jute rope around him. Masaki, however, saw iron chains instead of rope, but eventually, Masaki stopped seeing anything physical and felt like he had been paralyzed. It told Takuma that jinjutsu could change depending on the target. A good observation, said Makoto. Have some tea before it gets cold. Takuma looked down at the ceramic cups before him. He looked up at Makoto. You'll need a stronger jinjutsu to trap me, ma'am. Takuma raised his hand and casted a kai to break the jinjutsu. The steaming tea disappeared from the two ceramic cups. Makoto looked surprised. There's a reason why I asked to be taught jinjutsu, ma'am, said Takuma. I'm well aware that not everyone has the mental capacity to use jinjutsu. I have the aptitude. D-rank jinjutsu doesn't work properly on me, I can see right through them. Takuma himself didn't understand his resistance to jinjutsu. He wasn't immune because even the weakest of jinjutsu, when used properly, did affect him. His advantage was to be able to see through them instantly. The one jinjutsu he learned, jinjutsu, servant jutsu, had been learned without much difficulty. The concepts in the scroll took the same amount of time to understand as any other academic text, but the practical application was much easier. The chakra flowed and transformed in his chakra pathway network with a buttery ease. A stronger jinjutsu, you say, may I? Asked Makoto. Takuma hesitated for a moment but gave her permission. Makoto blinked, and Takuma sucked in a sharp intake when her eyes turned into a three-tomo Sharingan. The gentle and elegant housewife turned into a shinobi which sent his danger sense blaring. Then Takuma blinked, and everything had changed. Sharingan was nowhere to be seen as Makoto poured tea into the cups with practiced movements. He tilted his head briefly before shaking the slight confusion as he patiently waited. He was excited about the lesson. he wondered how they would start, and wished that his pre-read would be enough. But then he felt a tremor beneath him. Takuma uncomfortably shifted his numb legs and looked down just in time to watch an explosion rip through the tatami mats. He had no time to react and was thrown away by the force, which was so powerful that his back hit the ceiling before he fell down. The entire room was decimated as flames attached themselves to everything flammable. Takuma screamed as the fire burned every inch of his skin, the flames sticking to him as though his body was the only source of fuel they could eat away at. Pain overshadowed panic as he tried to roll on the floor to stifle the flames, but nothing worked. The flames only grew hotter as his vision dimmed. Through the thick gray smoke which filled his lungs and obscured his vision, Takuma spotted Makoto, who had been thrown against a wall at an awkward angle, unmoving as flames covered her entire body. She made no sound. She was already dead. Something in Takuma's mind snapped. The pain melted away as if it had never existed. He looked at his body, and the flames were still there, but the hellish flames looked transparent. With pain and panic absent, Takuma gave the room a proper view, and it was the perfect scenery of a place hit by an explosion. And yet everything looked faded. With every passing second, the environment affected him less, the heat cooled until it was barely felt, and the smoke no longer hindered his breathing. The next moment, a memory of Makoto asking him permission remerged. The realization came at the same moment. This was a jinjutsu. Takuma raised one hand and formed the Kai seal. A single burst of chakra later, he found himself sitting in the uncomfortable Saiza position. Makoto sat before him, the iris of her eyes red with 3 black tomo gently spinning around her pupil. "Did I scream?" he asked. For the first few seconds, she replied. She had this peering look on her face. "It's fascinating. You took a considerable time breaking the jinjutsu, but it only took you a couple seconds before I found myself unable to manipulate you. I have no idea how you did that, but it was as though you detached yourself from the jinjutsu so that it won't affect you, even when you were firmly under the influence." "How did you do that?" "I have no idea, ma'am," Takuma replied honestly. He had told Makoto in the first place in hopes she would be able to help him. He had no control over the detachment he did. As Makoto had put it, he wanted to learn how to do it actively whenever he wished. The time between the jinjutsu took control to the moment he got out was enough for the enemy to strike him down. This is interesting. I was not expecting this to be a topic of conversation in our lessons, said Makoto with a contemplative look on her face. Very well, I will try to see if there are any pre-existing studies on your condition, but for the near future, we will only focus on traditional jinjutsu education. Fair enough, I shall follow your lead. Takuma bowed a little. Every jinjutsu, no exceptions, works by disrupting the normal working of the mind and twisting it into something desirable for the user. The question arises, how does one disrupt the mind? It's not like the body where you break a bone and call it a day, said Makoto. Through chakra, said Takuma. Correct. Makoto continued, due to the presence of the chakra pathway network, which is laid in every corner of the body, it's the perfect target for a jinjutsu user to get their hooks in a person. Chakra is an essential part of everyone, even for those who go without using it in their lives, because it's the life force at the core of every living being. By influencing chakra, you can control the mind, and once you get the mind, you get the entire person. A question for you, how does one go about influencing another person's chakra flow? She asked. Takuma knew the answer. Through the sensory organs. The chakra pathway network is enmeshed within the body, transporting the chakra through the body and each organ as the circulatory system does blood. The density of chakra pathways increases near the sensory organs, making them the optimal entry point as they are the most easily influenced by external forces. By controlling the chakra in pathways around the sensory organs, one could have that exploited chakra circulated to the brain, where it could spread along the entire cerebral nervous system. The senses are our connections to the world around us. We need them to perceive our environment and interact with our surroundings. Our brain receives the signals from our sensory organs and converts them into what we actually perceive. There's a direct connection between them, and once we can get a hold of the chakra flow in the cerebral nervous system, we can feed the brain fake sensory inputs, which the mind will interpret as the reality. You did some studying on your own, very well done. Makoto sounded happy. Everything you said is correct. If you wish to cast a jinjutsu, you may use any of the 5 senses. Every sense has its advantages and disadvantages. Sight as an entry point is the fastest option, and research done on vision-based jinjutsu outstrips everything else combined. Hearing allows the user to cast jinjutsu from incredible distances. Many consider it the most dangerous. Smell creates the strongest connection due to how our brains store memories, and can be the hardest to break. Taste as an entry point is surprisingly the most balanced option, but it's also the most restrictive. And finally, touch is the least conspicuous and allows the user to take their time to create a strong connection. Takuma wrote everything down before his eyes went to Makoto's eyes, which had returned to their onyx color. He mused. The jinjutsu cast using the Sharingan is all vision-based, said Makoto. Takuma was startled. He bowed his head and apologized. You don't need to apologize for simple curiosity, Takuma, she said. And it's not like that fact is secret. No one else has contributed more to the research on vision-based jinjutsu than any other entity, not only in the Hidden Leaf but in the entire elemental nations. Your position in the police force will give you access to a lot of that research. I would advise you to make thorough use of those resources. It was decided what Takuma was going to be reading for the next several months. Chapter 135, The Outsider's Resolve. The lesson continued. If I remember correctly, you can use a jinjutsu, correct? Asked Makoto. Yes, ma'am. Mist Servant Jutsu, Takuma replied. Ah, illusory clones that act as though they're made of mist when attacked and reconstitute from any injury, Makoto mused out loud. A question regarding this jinjutsu: how do you establish the connection to a target? It's a visual jinjutsu, answered Takuma. How do you know that? It was in the jutsu scroll. Makoto looked surprised. You read the attached research on jutsu scrolls? She asked. It takes time to read the text, but it makes up for it by making the learning process easier. Reading the text beforehand makes solving mistakes and blocks easier, as I'm already aware of potential problems that may pop up and am prepared for them, said Takuma. Makoto smiled. You're correct, Mist Servant Jutsu is a visual jinjutsu. However, I want you to be able to recognize the connection component of a jinjutsu by studying the hand seals and the chakra pathways those hand seals direct the chakra into. The final goal is to be able to judge the jinjutsu's connection component just from the hand seals. Understood, Takuma said as he took notes. Excuse me for a moment, said Makoto and exited the room. Takuma flipped to the last page of his notebook and started calculating how many mission points it would take to buy 3, 4, or 5 D-rank jinjutsu so he could figure out the different connection components. Mission points weren't a problem, but it would still be a significant purchase. The real problem was choosing the jinjutsu. The jinjutsu catalog and the jutsu archives didn't mention the delivery method, they only said what the jinjutsu did. I'll ask which ones I should buy, he thought. Makoto entered the room and sat in front of Takuma. Here you go, she said. Ma'am, I was wondering which. Takuma looked up from his notebook, and his words died in his throat as he found himself staring at 4 crimson-red scrolls sitting before him. The color wasn't the shocking part, but the paper seal which held the scroll shut. He recognized that seal design. It was unmistakably the official seal of authenticity imprinted by the village authority on every jutsu scroll created. He owned 5 such scrolls, and the only difference between his and the scrolls in front of him was that his scrolls were scarlet red. Ma'am? Takuma looked at Makoto. These are 4 D-rank jinjutsu for you to study. In addition to the Mist Servant Jutsu, you now have 5 jinjutsu in your possession. Study each of them thoroughly and compare them to each other to recognize which part of the hand seal and chakra flow establishes the connection component. Takuma was stunned beyond words. He stared at the woman before him for a long while until she had to speak first. Takuma? He snapped out of his shock. How much do I need to pay for these, ma'am? I was going to purchase a few on my own, but it's more convenient if I can get the ones you recommend. You don't need to pay me anything, Takuma, Makoto laughed. These scrolls come as part of our lessons, and you don't have to return these to me as they're yours to keep. But this is too much. Not for me. These mean nothing to me, Makoto shrugged. The compensation of an inactive jonin like myself from the village is such an amount that I can buy 4 of these scrolls every day, and it won't put a dent in the amount I have. So, don't feel burdened by these scrolls as they don't hold the same value in my eyes as they do in yours. And if you still feel uncomfortable, I'm aware that you did a great service for the village and made the police force proud. Just consider it as gratitude from the Uchiha clan. Refusing these would be a slight against me and my clan. Takuma bowed his head deeper than before. You leave me no choice, I accept these gratefully, he said. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude. Accepted, smiled Makoto. Takuma tried to gather himself, but the 4 brand new scrolls he had gotten for free and the fact he wasn't even expecting to get them at all refused to settle down in his mind. He was truly startled and did not know how to react. He worried if he should have expressed his gratitude differently. And deeper than that, he couldn't help but wonder if all Jonin under Jonin teams got this sort of treatment from day one after their academy graduation. Makoto had dealt out 4 D-rank jutsu and said it meant nothing to her, and it was only the second time he had met her. Takuma couldn't help but imagine what all precious resources his classmates who were selected by Jonin had received in the 2 years they had been out of academy. The feeling of indignation rose within him. All the hardship he had suffered in the past 2 years seemed insignificant. Why was he trying so hard for resources he fought for, shed blood, sweat, and tears for when some of his peers could get the same without batting an eye? How far ahead would he have been if he had it that easy? All of that effort, and he knew in an all-out fight, someone like Okubo Momo would decimate him with a B-rank jutsu she had in her possession. Did she know what it felt like to fight in front of people for entertainment while knowing they wanted to see his blood spilled? Did she know what it felt like to sell drugs to people in hiding, fearing that one slip-up would end his life as it was? Did she know what it felt like lying to loved one, to colleagues because he feared that telling them would damage the relationship he cherished so much after losing every loved one he had from a previous life? Did she know how it felt to know the future and live every day with the fact that people like him would be the first to die in the conflict to come? He felt his resolve slip, the steel in his heart which made him get up every morning and kept him working to the end of the day until he couldn't do any more crack. He was aware of the difference between him and a Jonin from a Jonin team before, but it was now that the reality had truly struck him in the face that he was aware that the difference wasn't as short as he assumed but that of a canyon which couldn't be surmounted. He couldn't help but hate the unknown entity that had dumped him in this world, if it even existed. If he was to be sent to this world, why couldn't he have been sent a couple of years earlier? Even a single year would have been enough. But, no! He had to be sent with only 1 year to the most important turning point of a shinobi's life. If he had more time, Takuma would have worked harder and made it on a Jonin team. He resented this world for being as harsh as it was. He resented the system which had created the inequality he suffered under. He resented those who held the privilege while he struggled in the mud. He resented this village. Takuma, is something wrong? Asked Makoto. Takuma closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt his raging heart and pulled a curtain over it as he opened his eyes and looked at Makoto. The woman in front of him was part of the problem, but at the same time, she was his benefactor who was teaching him jinjutsu and had just now gifted him 4 jutsu scrolls. Just a little overwhelmed, ma'am, Takuma said, his voice softer than usual. I feel an increased pressure not to disappoint you after you treat me with such generosity. Do you dislike being under pressure, Takuma? Asked Makoto. Takuma's tired eyes widened. Before he knew it, a laugh escaped him. Did he dislike him being under pressure? Yes, I do. I dislike it deeply, he replied. From the day he had become Takuma, he had been under constant pressure without a single moment of reprieve. He could no longer recall what his days as a carefree college sophomore felt like. What did he do all day? He didn't have a job with pressure to earn a living, had no chores at home, and no responsibilities other than studying, which he didn't take seriously. Takuma couldn't recall going back to those days, and yet those days were all he wanted. He hated every single moment of his new life. Yes, he had built relationships he cherished more than anything and learned more than he imagined he would. Takuma liked the current version of himself. He was confident, competent, and an overall better person in every category that mattered. And yet, if given a choice, he would choose not to live the 3 years of his life. But that was not a choice. But under pressure is when I perform the best. Takuma felt a calm descend in his heart as a solid line of thought emerged from within his chaotic mind. His one goal from day one had been survival. Takuma now realized that his goal had been part of the problem. Survival meant continuing to live in spite of an accident, ordeal, or difficult circumstances. That type of existence was a constant struggle. He needed a new goal. Chapter 136, Another Setback. Takuma's thoughts raced at the sudden invitation, read as, order, from Fugaku. Police force business? Asked Makoto. Something like that, Fugaku said. They exchanged a look that Takuma missed in his alarm. Very well, the food will be ready in 15 minutes, Makoto said before walking away. Takuma followed Fugaku through the massive house. He would have mapped his route and observed the entry and exit points, but his mind was occupied by speculations which turned crazier with every passing moment. They reached a study-cum-office with a minimalist interior yet matched the rest of the traditional aesthetic of the house. Ink calligraphies, poems, and woodblock prints hung on the walls alongside ceremonial swords, daggers, and kunai. Ornate vases and other clay works sat in displays, some of them beautifully elevated through repairs using the kintsugi method. On the other side, an entire wall was dedicated to a library of scrolls and books. Takuma sat across Fugaku with a large desk between them. He had some time to gather himself, but by no means was he calm. He didn't think this meeting was about his unsavory secrets, or else he wouldn't have been allowed near the house, much less inside it, which could only mean the discussion was about his work in the organized crime division. If he knew he was going to present his work and plans to the big boss, then he would have prepared for it. If he did it poorly, his team might as well be scrapped before the 1-month trial period he had managed to negotiate. But if he did well. He straightened himself and went through the key points in his mind. He had to answer any question asked clearly and in the most complete way possible. How is the job treating you, Jin and Takuma? Fugaku gazed at Takuma with calm eyes. You are part of our first expansion recruitment. I believe you've been in the force long enough to get comfortable in your position. The work is challenging but fulfilling, sir. My peers and supervisors did a great job of bringing a novice like me up to speed, and thankfully, I've been able to pull my weight inside the department, Takuma replied. He applauded the work, complimented his coworkers, and finished with a few words of humble praise for himself. Organized crime, correct? That's a difficult position to start as a rookie. To be able to perform under those expectations deserves nothing less than praise. Fugaku's words were praising, but his face remained still, and yet, there wasn't a sense of disconcertion in that. I myself was part of the organized crime division once. They do good work. I hope you'll continue serving the village with all you have. Of course, sir, replied Takuma. Fugaku then engaged Takuma in a line of questioning revolving around the police force from the point of view of someone in his position. All the questions were point and specific, and it was clear what Fugaku wanted to know. With each passing question, Takuma realized Fugaku was collecting information. It seemed the commander-in-chief wished to know the ground reality from someone who wasn't in a supervisory position. Even though Takuma had very recently assumed his new position as the leader of the new narcotics team, which was a supervisory position, he was perfectly suited to answer the questions. Takuma worded his answers carefully. He didn't outright badmouth anything or anyone because that could get him in trouble, but he did offer some suggestions and add some of the insights he noted as a relatively new outside hire. I was informed that a narcotics task force was given the go with you as its leader, said Fugaku. That's a heavy responsibility for someone as young and new as yourself. Do you feel you're equipped to handle it? If I remember correctly, you only asked for a month to produce results. A month slips through the fingers before one realizes. Do you need more time? Takuma felt Fugaku's eyes on him. Even without the Sharingan, the man before him was an experienced shinobi and commander in charge of an entire clan and the organization which enforced the law in a shinobi village. No, sir. I do not require more time. My team will produce the promised results by the decided deadline, said Takuma. He considered jumping at the offer of more time but then wondered what impression it would send. It hadn't even been a week since the team had been established, and if he, the leader, was already thinking about more time, then perhaps the new team hadn't given their plans enough thought. I'm confident that my team will exist past the 30 days given to us. Fugaku nodded, a hint of approval flashing on his face, which disappeared faster than it appeared. He said, "It seems you're going through a good spell, Jin and Takuma. You took a risk and hit it big in the Miko triad case, converted that success into your own task force, and you were even rewarded with jinjutsu lessons from my wife, a jonin. I know a good streak when I see one." Takuma chuckled. "I simply made most of my situation, sir. Not to mention the massive victory you just scored in the ring." Takuma felt a cold shiver go up his body while his body temperature shot up several degrees within the span of seconds. Tremors appeared in his hands, and clenching them into fists did nothing to settle them. It took every drop of his will and control to keep his face in check as he gazed at Fugaku, who looked no different from before. "Pardon, sir? Your big victory in, I believe, the ninjutsu category, Jin and Takuma. Or would you prefer me to address you by your ring moniker?" Scars. Every word out of Fugaku's mouth was a sledgehammer against his head and heart. "Allow me to congratulate you. I was told that it's a big event in a ring fighter's career to win their first fight in the ninjutsu category. I apologize if I get something wrong, I don't keep up with the finer details." "I apologize, sir. I'm confused. You might have the wrong person." "I'm not." Fugaku shook his head. He didn't even need to speak, and Takuma terminated his attempt to talk his way out of the ditch he was currently in. There's no rule forbidding an officer of the police force from being involved with the ring. We never needed one because we never had civilian-born shinobi in our ranks before your batch joined, said Fugaku. Takuma wanted to look away, but something in Fugaku's gaze made Takuma maintain solid eye contact with the man. I was conflicted about how to feel about this, even after having the time to think. I am still conflicted. On the one hand, I prefer if none of our officers have any connection with that organization, but at the same time, the ring exists for a reason, and shinobi like you benefit from it. I'm sure you have reaped numerous gains. After all, you have reached the ninjutsu category. Takuma was drawing zeros on what to do in a situation like this. The person before him outclassed him in every single aspect of life. He was in real danger, but he couldn't simply sit there and not try anything. He picked a direction and decided to go hard in it. "Am I in trouble, sir?" he asked. "Do you think you're in trouble, Jin and Takuma?" "I don't believe so, sir. As you said, the ring exists for a reason, and I utilized it for all the benefits it could provide me. I made the best of what my situation presented to me," said Takuma as if he had done nothing wrong. "Then why hide it?" "I didn't see the mention of your illustrious career in your application," asked Fugaku. "I didn't want to be judged by my peers." "You mentioned it yourself, sir. Ring only became an issue when civilian-born shinobi entered the police force. Clan shinobi don't participate in the ring, but I know its image in clan circles. The police force was a big opportunity, and I didn't want to see it ruined because I did something else for the betterment of my career," said Takuma in justification. "I simply wanted to be treated fairly, and it would take one supervising officer to look at it negatively for my progress to be throttled." Takuma stopped when he realized that his speech cadence had jumped up and took a moment to collect himself. He didn't continue and face Fugaku without a hint of fear on his face, even though, inside, his heart and mind were declaring an emergency. A lot depended upon how Fugaku would react to his justifications. I don't have a problem with your participation in the ring. I get to have a shinobi in my ranks with extensive combat training without paying for it. And clearly, the ring is not affecting your work, said Fugaku. But then he continued by saying, the conflict arises when I wonder if your associations from that part of your life would affect your judgment as an officer of the police force. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Does he know? Takuma's heartbeat spiked. He had no way of checking without directly asking, and he wasn't going to do that in case Fugaku didn't know. Takuma and scars are two separate entities, sir. Scars only exist when I'm down in the tunnels. The moment I exit, I become Takuma, and when I don my uniform, I assume the responsibilities my position demands from me. Keeping my lives separate is the only reason why I have been able to come this far without ruining it all. His identity as a ring fighter contributed to only a fifth of his tension, panic, and nerves ready to burst. The rest was his status as Toby, his work with Ryo, and his connection to Inomoto. The ring was an open secret that was actively ignored, but the drug industry was 100% illegal and a target for eliminating any chance the police force got. If he got implicated, he would be crushed without any chance for rebuttal. Takuma needed Fugaku to believe him. I hope that is true, Jin and Takuma. Fugaku leaned forward. If I find that you've been misusing your position in the police force, I don't need to tell you the outcome. I'm happy with what you have done till now and would hate to lose a shinobi like you. Keep that in mind when you're at a crossroads and have a decision to make. Understood, sir, Takuma nodded. It looked like Fugaku was done speaking. Takuma, however, wasn't done. He had some pressing questions he needed to clear. Who else knows about this, sir? Asked Takuma. Not many people. Me, Jonin Sayuri, head of organized crime, Chunin Yakumi, Kano's direct supervisor, Chunin Setsuna. But it'll be put on your file, so any police force Jonin who wishes to look into your personnel records will know, answered Fugaku. That was a problem. Takuma opened his mouth to speak but was shut down by Fugaku. It'll remain your police force personnel file, Jin and Takuma. That's not negotiable. Be thankful that we aren't sharing it to the village-wide file. Takuma closed his eyes and sighed. Now he had to be extra careful when dealing with a police force Jonin in case they felt the need to look into his personnel file. He wasn't in immediate danger, as checking personnel files was frowned upon. He needed to build influence inside the police force as quickly as possible so if one day someone did bring up his ring involvement, it wouldn't matter. You hit it well, Fugaku said. It didn't come up in the screening when we hired you. It was because you were going to be a regular at my house that we had to do another check. He looked at Takuma with a smile. After all, we can't let anyone enter this house, can we? Suddenly, Takuma was glad he used Toby as an alternate identity for drug dealing. Does Jonin Makoto know? He asked. Of course, my wife knows. She was the first one to see the report. Takuma couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why couldn't he, just once, get an opportunity without a hidden caveat that always created problems for him? Chapter 137, Genuine Progress. Takuma sighed deeply as he made himself home on the quality cushion of the seating inside the private room of a high-grade barbecue restaurant. Don't sigh like that, you're not an old man, said AI, bumping his shoulder with hers. The seating was a circular couch with an inbuilt barbecue grill and a table in between. A pipe fell from the ceiling with a very silent suction that would suck any and all smoke from the barbecue. It was a very Korean-style barbecue restaurant. People say I'm an old soul, Takuma smiled. What people? You're like the most active person I know, Taro rebuked. He sat across from Takuma. Old people don't go learning 100 different things every month. Do those things actually stick in your mind? I know, right? AI joined in. I was surprised when he fixed the plumbing in our house. And I had no idea you could work a field radio, much less that you had an official certification for it. I didn't know a certification even existed, Taro commented. Takuma didn't realize that he was considered a man with many skills and technologically savvy by his friends and peers. He simply claimed to be an old soul because he was literally older than all of them. You seem tired. The police force is keeping you busy? On AI's other side sat Nenro, looking immaculate like a team male model as ever. There was not a single moment outside of training and sparring where Nenro didn't look 100% fresh and perfectly dressed, with not a single hair out of place. If Nenro had a course in the LRC, Learning Resource Center, on personal style, Takuma would have forked a real mission point to attend those lessons. Nenro gave them tips, and they helped, but he didn't look anywhere as good as him. I was given a small team to lead. It's not something I'm used to yet, said Takuma. He was much more comfortable on his own, and managing a team was a different skill set altogether. You're already in a supervising position? Nenro looked surprised. They must be very happy with you. That's very good, Takuma. Takuma waved the compliment away. He didn't want to tell them it was only temporary, and if he failed, it would set him back quite a bit. He looked at the last member of their friend group sitting beside him. Masaki was intently tending to the meat on the charcoal with focus. It seemed the Akimichi company had rubbed on his friend. Out of all of them, Masaki had changed the most. He had gone through a massive growth spurt. He had grown until he was at least a head taller than Takuma and Taro, who were previously the tallest among their group and had even filled out with his frame widening considerably. Masaki wasn't putting on fat like a traditional Akimichi, but he was getting big in his own way. What about you, Masaki? How are the Akimichi treating you? Asked Takuma. Out of everyone in the group, Masaki was the one he worried about the most. Good, Masaki didn't take his eyes off the grill. I've started training for the Chunin exam next year. Same for me as well, Nenro added. Takuma was surprised by the sudden declarations from his two friends. It had been 19 months since they had graduated from the academy. Genin Corp Genin were mandated to serve 30 months in the Genin Corporation. Takuma's graduation batch had 11 more months before they could apply for the Chunin exam. Even though Takuma had exited Genin Corp, the Chunin exam restriction still applied to him. His police force contract also had a similar stipulation, but that didn't matter as that would end before the Genin Corp restriction ended. All in all, he still had the same 11 months just like everyone else, but he could get promoted through a field promotion. As for Nenro and Masaki, they were technically still in the Genin Corporation, technically being the focus word. Masaki was under the sponsorship of the Akimichi clan, and his situation was vastly better than any of his peers in the Genin Corporation. Nenro, on the other hand, no longer took D-rank missions as he was a go-to Genin for a couple of Chunin teams who only took C-rank missions. If either of them tried, they could easily get out of the Genin Corp. They didn't do so because, despite all the negatives, Genin Corp had one unmatched advantage over other locations. That advantage was freedom. As long as a Genin met their monthly mission quota, they were free to do whatever they liked. Nenro and Masaki could easily fill the mission quota and were free to do anything in their considerable free time. According to them, they were free an average of 15 days a month. Even AI and Taro had at least a week or 10 days free every month. Takuma, on the other hand, was working a full-time job in the police force with a fixed schedule. By no means was this the norm, but his four friends were all competent shinobi and had managed to reach such a stage in their careers. Moreover, they shared resources, helped each other, and made each other's life easier in the Genin Corp. You two also preparing for Chunin exams? Takuma turned to AI and Taro. AI shook her head. A rank promotion isn't in my plans for at least a couple more years. I'm preparing for the Medic Corp examinations 8 months from now. If I pass it, I will join Irionin training the day my 30 months end. She looked at Taro. Mr. Oishi is helping me prepare every Saturday. Takuma knew about AI's desire to be an Irionin and how Mr. Oishi, Taro's dad, and Irionin had offered his help to AI. But Takuma didn't know AI was working with him so regularly. He felt guilty not knowing such an important thing. If you want to consult with a Genin Kunoichi Irionin, tell me, I will introduce you to her, said Takuma. Someone in the police force? Asked AI. No, she's my primary doctor, Takuma answered, but if you want to talk to a Chunin Kunoichi Irionin, I can introduce you to her as well. I know her well, she's my boss. And Uchiha? Uchiha Kano, said Takuma. I will think about it, said AI. Taro's dad was excellent help, but he was a man. Even if it was one meeting, AI could get a lot of help from women in the field. One word from AI and he would set those meetings as soon as possible. Everyone looked at Taro, who had already begun eating the meat Masaki was serving him. He noticed them looking at him. There was a silence as he chewed and swallowed the meat before speaking. I'm going to transfer to the Leaf Analysis Division in a couple of months. Takuma looked at his other friends, and they seemed as surprised as he did, which meant they were hearing this for the first time, and he wasn't the only one in the unknown. Before the group could flood Taro with questions, he raised his hands and silenced them. I didn't want to be an Irionin, Taro looked at AI, no offense, but it looks like a shit ton of work. It is, she shrugged. And I don't want to do whatever my mom does in the TNI division. I mean, they don't have the best reputation when they have torture in the name, said Taro. Even though Takuma was suspended for the week while Taro's mom was working with the police force on his request and didn't personally witness her work, he was told that she was very proficient in enhanced interrogation technique, which was just a nice cover word for the use of advanced systematic torture to get the information with any means possible. She wasn't permitted to use the entire breadth of her skills as most of it wasn't suitable for the level of case and the charges being pressed against the people, but Arisa told him that the screams were still horrible and it still took some time to clean the blood from the rooms. He wasn't going to talk about Taro about her mom and how she specialized in torture, regardless of if he knew it or not. What do they do in the analysis division? Masaki asked. Analyze information from our networks to recognize threats and mitigate risk. Or as Mom said, the analysis division finds the threats and then sends people to whack him before they become a problem, said Taro. You guys are always singing the praise of how incredibly smart and frighteningly intelligent I am, so I thought it would be the perfect job for me. I'm not that good at using my fists to protect the village, but I guess I can do a better job with my brain. Taro was the weakest fighter in the group. And he didn't take any steps to change or improve his combat ability. They had tried to pull Taro into training, but he did the bare minimum. There was only so much they could push him. I'm a bad singer, started Takuma. I don't sing at all, and I joined in. Vocals aren't my strong suit, but I can play the harmonica, Nenro followed. You're weak, Taro. It's good that you have a good brain in your head. Masaki didn't pick up the ongoing joke but did reply in his own straightforward way. Have your laughs, but one day, I'm going to find a threat, and you guys will have to go take care of it like pawns doing my bidding, Taro scoffed. He then turned to Takuma. I remember I wanted to ask you something. Yeah, sure. What is it? Said Takuma. I heard the police force is going to hire again this year. Are they? Takuma nodded as he ate yakitori off a skewer. Yeah, I think they're going to open the process in a couple months. But this time, they're taking a lesser number, and the process will have some extra steps. The competition's going to be tough. I feel I lucked out, Takuma chuckled as he ate more. The food was good, and Masaki was absolutely goated on the grill. I have this friend who wants to get into the police force. He wants to meet someone in the police force to know more about what it will be like. I told him about you, said Taro. Before Takuma could speak, others spoke up. Actually, I have a few friends who are interested as well, said AI. I also have a couple of guys who are thinking about the police force, Nenro said. Takuma looked at his three friends and pursed his lips. Guys, it'd be tough. I mean, I can't introduce this many people to an Uchiha. Kano is going to shut me down. I have an Uchiha, a genin, on my new team, but I don't think we are close enough for me to bother him like this. You guys will have more success asking Fuma Risu. If you three remember her from basic training, she would be able to hook you guys up with some Uchiha. I will ask her for you, don't worry. Takuma, AI spoke up. They don't want to talk to an Uchiha. They want to talk to you. Takuma's chopstick holding meat stopped midway between his mouth and plate. Me? He asked, wondering if he had misheard AI. Why do they want to meet me? Because you are in the same position as them. They want to talk to someone like them, someone who went through the process, got into a really high-up position right off the bat, and is now apparently leading a new team with an Uchiha on it, said AI. If it were you, who would you like to meet? Someone who got in because of their clan or someone like you who worked hard to get in? Me. Yeah, so will you meet them? She asked. Sure. That day Takuma realized he was a success story. Chapter 138, Jinjutsu Sensei. The Jinjutsu lessons continued as usual. Neither Takuma nor Makoto bought up the ring part of his life, which was how Takuma preferred it. While he would have liked to create a close relationship with Jonin Uchiha Makoto, Takuma was fine as long as he got Jinjutsu lessons out of it, which was the reward he asked for. Did you have a chance to look at the scrolls? Asked Makoto. I did, he replied. Makoto had given Takuma 3 days to look at the scrolls. Both of them realized that Takuma had a full-time job and thus took it into consideration while issuing her deadlines. Takuma hadn't been able to do anything the day Fugaku informed him that the commander-in-chief and some higher-ups were aware of his ring identity. The next day, he went to Chunin Yakumi and Setsuna to talk with them about the new revelation. While Yakumi was displeased and ended their talk with, "The results of your team better be good," Setsuna straightforwardly said he didn't care. He didn't have the authority to meet Jonin Uchiha Sayuri, the head of organized crime, with no notice and had to schedule a meeting. Her secretary had returned to him the next day saying that she knew Takuma wanted to talk about and there was no need. With that matter bearing down on his mind during the day, Takuma had to pull an all-nighter to read the scrolls. The 4 D-rank Jinjutsu were reasonably diverse. Clearly, Makoto wanted to use the 4 Jinjutsu as a basis for further studies by using them as examples. The 4 Jinjutsu were Jinjutsu, Flower Hill. A furious tornado of flower petals would cover the target, lasting a maximum of a few seconds, completely obscuring their view in all directions. Jinjutsu, Bell Sound Clone. The target's head would fill with overwhelming bell sounds with a light paralysis effect while they saw rudimentary clones would appear in front of them. Jinjutsu, Haze. The target's vision of the entire area turned hazy and blurry. The more the target looked around, the higher haze and blur would be, potentially having a nauseating effect. Jinjutsu, Poisonous Stomach Hell. The target would feel a sudden and acute onset of cramping, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. It was a simplified downgrade of a C-rank jutsu, which had more bodily effects with higher intensity. And what did you learn in regard to the connection component? Asked Makoto. Flower Hill is a smell-based Jinjutsu, Bell Sound Clone is sound-based, Haze is touch-based, and Poisonous Stomach Hell is taste-based, said Takuma. I have some questions regarding these. Correct on all 4. Go for the questions. So, Flower Hill. It's smell-based Jinjutsu, but there needs to be a smell that can be used as the carrier of chakra. Does that mean I will always need to carry a smoke bomb with a scent to be able to use the Jinjutsu? Isn't that a big restriction? I mean, you don't need anything for a visual-based Jinjutsu like Mist Servant Jutsu. Not all 5 senses were made equal. Some of them are simply easier to use, said Makoto with a small smile. Your comment of visual-based Jinjutsu not needing any aid is incorrect. The light entering the eye is the carrier, and well, light is ever present. The carrier is the user themselves because the target is focusing on them. But it also presents a restriction. You can't use visual-based Jinjutsu from hiding or when the target doesn't have sufficient focus on the user. It's well researched that the difficulty rockets when the user is standing in the peripheral vision when compared to then standing in front of them. It's easy to get attention in a battle, said Takuma. It is, Makoto said with a soft shrug. As I said, not all senses are made equal. However, you're underestimating Flower Hill and other olfactory Jinjutsu. You don't require a smoke bomb. You can simply use perfumes, colognes, gels, and bombs with distinct scents, which you can wear all day long, and once a target registers the scent, which they will once you get close enough, you can build a connection through that scent. If you're indoors, you can use incense and candles and cast a jinjutsu from hiding without ever facing them directly. Of course, there are restrictions on what scents you can use. It can't be something they're so used to that won't work, but it can't also be too distinct, which sets off a target's alarms. Balance and care are needed. An expert olfactory jinjutsu user can juggle the variables to make their jinjutsu work with a high success rate. Takuma repeatedly nodded as Makoto explained and noted down her words. This is what he was looking for. The thought of applying a puff of cologne as he entered a battle or a party and using that scent to cast jinjutsu on the enemy or target was an exciting prospect. My next question is about haze, Takuma continued with his question. As I was reading the scroll, the text strongly recommended targeting the neck or forehead as the point of contact for establishing the connection. From a practical standpoint, those are some difficult targets. No fighter is going to tilt their head up and give access to their neck, and the head is perhaps the most protected part of the body, not to mention that a lot of people wear their forehead protector, well, on their forehead. Doesn't this make this jinjutsu useless? Makoto laughed. Her laugh was pretty and melodic. She said, the touch receptors in our skin are not uniformly distributed. Skin with hair on it is much less receptive, torso, legs, hands, and the head, and most of the time, all of that is covered with clothes. The neck, forehead, and the front side of your hand are the most receptive as they lack hair. For shinobi, hands will be mostly covered in calluses, making them an undesirable location. It is true that the majority of shinobi cover their foreheads, leaving the neck as the best position. You can't say touch-based jinjutsu has any advantage in the field, said Takuma. I agree that touch-based jinjutsu doesn't have much use in combat. But during sex, touch-based jinjutsu is always the choice. Takuma was stunned speechless. Even with both his lives combined, he would only be in his mid-20s, not to mention, Takuma was currently going through full-bloom puberty, and Uchiha Makoto was a stunning woman. Moreover, Takuma wasn't expecting the topic of sex to be part of his jinjutsu lesson. If he wasn't as busy as he was, thinking about sex would be a good chunk of his day. Ma'am? You need to widen your mind, Takuma. Combat isn't the only place where jutsu are used. Shinobi specializing in seduction and sexual espionage are one of the premier experts in jinjutsu, and they use touch-based jinjutsu extensively during sex. People let their guard down when they're in bed, and well, genital areas are much more sensitive than the neck and forehead. That sounds about right. It is right. Makoto seemed to be having fun seeing Takuma's reaction. Next. Takuma cleared his throat and quickly noted everything down, but before asking his next question, he asked, so, haze is useless in battle? As it is right now, yes, haze is useless in battle. Takuma frowned. What do you mean? Leave it for now. We will discuss it later in a future lesson. Takuma wanted to know right now because he really liked the potential of haze in combat and really wanted to get it working, but he let it go. He noted Makoto's comment and moved to his next question. I'm confused with poisonous stomach hell, actually, with all taste-based jinjutsu. Do they require the target to ingest a hallucinatory agent like a drug or something? He asked. No. Please, don't confuse those two, they're different. Makoto waved her hand in emphasis. Jinjutsu, which use taste as a connection component, require the target to eat something infused with your chakra. Your chakra needs to interact with the taste buds in their tongue for you to gain control of their chakra flow. The more chakra comes in contact with their tongue, the faster and stronger jinjutsu works. As you would notice, taste-based jinjutsu also doesn't have any presence on the battlefield, but it shines in other places. It's surprising how people check for poison, but they don't check for the presence of chakra in food and drinks. And drugs? Asked Takuma as he made notes. Drugs affect the brain and its functioning, which makes people much more susceptible to outside influence. Jinjutsu becomes an extremely potent weapon when the target is not in their right mind. It doesn't even need to be some rare drug, alcohol inebriation is enough for jinjutsu to work better. That made sense. Takuma made his notes and thought about how well his mist servant jutsu worked on someone high on weed. He almost wanted to test the before and after, and who knows, he might actually conduct that experiment. Any questions on the bell sound clone? Asked Makoto. I'm sure the answer is in the scroll. Takuma hadn't read the text in its entirety. There was a lot more to read for every jinjutsu, but the scroll said to create the bell sound every 5 to 7 seconds to maintain the jinjutsu. Bell sound clone required the user to produce a bell ring even after the jinjutsu was successfully in place. And unlike Flower Hill, he couldn't apply a cologne and call it a day. He needed to continue ringing the bell every few seconds, which got in the way. If you don't repeat the bell, the jinjutsu will weaken, and the chance of the target realizing they're in a jinjutsu will rise. I understand where you're coming from, but every jutsu has its use, Makoto answered patiently. Combat often happens between groups. Imagine you trapping an opponent in a jinjutsu while your teammate takes them out with zero danger. That's where jinjutsu like bell sound clone comes into play. Of course, not all auditory jinjutsu requires recurring sound production, but it's a common trait because it allows the user to keep the jinjutsu's hold on the target strong. Experts with high skill in auditory jinjutsu are able to use their voice to cast jinjutsu, which is extremely dangerous. You can close your eyes, but can you block all sounds when shinobi are able to modulate their voices? I know how to modulate my voice, said Takuma, and his voice came out as highly distorted. It was the voice he used as Toby. He could also increase the amplitude and pitch it up and down, and while he couldn't perfectly mimic someone's voice, he just needed practice to reach that level. Auditory jinjutsu is an option you can explore, Makoto said, and her voice sounded different. She sounded like another woman. Isn't that the anchor from the radio station? Takuma asked. Makoto nodded with a smile. She was more skilled at it than him. So, it's clear that Uchiha clan specializes in visual jinjutsu. I mean, with those eyes, it'd be illogical not to. Takuma looked at Makoto, who nodded understandably. But what about Yuhi clan? They're dubbed as Hidden Leaf's premier jinjutsu clan. Do they specialize in anything? As far as I understand, Yuhi clan doesn't specialize in one connection component as a clan. But individual clan members do tend to specialize in one sense, as it's naturally difficult to juggle multiple, and specialization provides a higher return on investment. If you look a little deeper, jinjutsu users in the village follow trends. If a popular jinjutsu user makes their name using auditory jinjutsu, novice jinjutsu users would look at them and get influenced. But I'd suggest that you don't fall into that and carefully research and use jinjutsu to find what suits you. Takuma had no idea which direction he would go, but he had 5 jinjutsu, 1 from each sense, and an excellent teacher to guide him. He wasn't in a hurry, and eventually, he knew he would figure it out. Chapter 139, Uchiha Clan. Shursui stretched his torso to relieve the tension from sitting in one place for too long and tweaked his neck and shoulder to get the kinks out with satisfying snapping clicks. ANBU had trained him in stealth, which often required staying in one place without moving for extended periods of time, but he dreaded the experience of sitting through one of Uchiha clan's monthly meetings to discuss the progress of their primary clan objective, which at the current moment was overthrowing the current administration and establishing the new with the Uchiha at the very top. Or, in fewer words, a coup d'etat. Something Shursui was completely against. They discussed their plans of establishing alliances with influential clans, investing more and more in the village's business, thus increasing their share in the economy, and buying physical assets like prime real estate, fertile and commercial land, and valuable metals like gold and silver. Recently, the clan had even sent diplomatic envoys to the daimyo's court intending to get mining rights for precious mineral ores from reserves around the Land of Fire. Before the formation of the Hidden Leaf Village, in the Warring Era, the Uchiha clan was the strongest shinobi clan in the Land of Fire, rivaled only by the Senju clan. The clan had built the foundation of their wealth in that turmoil-filled era. They owned vast expanses of land, some were fertile lands which they put to farming by employing common folk, and eventually, farming towns had sprouted with the Uchiha land as the backbone of the people living in those villages. Others were filled with mineral reserves which they mined, and once again mining towns were born which expanded into industrial cities. Both existed to date. The Uchiha clan was also one of the rare cases of privately owned crude oil reserves. All of it was gained by bloodshed and violence during the time when the law didn't exist for shinobi. Even after the formation of the Hidden Leaf and its shinobi recognizing the Fire Daimyo's position as the ruler of the Land of Fire, the daimyo didn't dare ask for what the Uchiha had gained by sheer force. The daimyo, with his vast samurai vassal forces, knew better than to be adversarial to shinobi. In truth, the daimyo and his samurai were stronger than any single shinobi clan, but with the vassal forces split into facing multiple shinobi clans, the daimyo could only watch as the shinobi raided and pillaged across the Land of Fire. And daimyo's window of dominance truly closed with the inception of Hidden Leaf when all prominent shinobi clans joined hands. Any action against Hidden Leaf shinobi would result in making enemies of the strongest force in the Land of Fire, if not the entire elemental nations. The Senju clan was, once again, their only rival in terms of both owned wealth and military strength. Other shinobi clans like the Sarutobi, Shimura, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame existed, and were strong in their own rights, but they couldn't match the Uchiha and the Senju. No one could, not even shinobi clans from outside the Land of Fire. But perhaps both clans had enjoyed too much prosperity, and the scales of fate were uneven, which resulted in the need of fixing the balance. Soon after the creation of the Hidden Leaf, tragedy struck the Uchiha in the form of the clan leader Uchiha Madara, the man who had single-handedly caused the clan to soar to heights never seen before. The same man forsook the clan who refused to turn against the village which had bought peace and stopped the bloodshed. Uchiha Madara battled the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and lost his life. The place they battled became known as the Valley of the End. Statues of the two men were carved in the place of their final battle, in the memory of the two greatest shinobi that ever lived. It was one of the most beautiful places on the mortal plane. That battle had negative effects. The village was displeased with the Uchiha clan, and many even turned against them. The system of a hidden shinobi village had its multitude of advantages, but it also came with its caveat. After all, there was no free lunch in the world. If it were before, it would have meant war, but the Uchiha had bought into the concept of a peaceful village. They had to step back and take responsibility for their clan leader's action. Ask any Uchiha, and they would say that was the moment the Uchiha stopped growing. Even though they had lost Uchiha Madara, they were still the strongest clan in the Hidden Leaf, excluding the Senju. Even though no one truly understood it back then, the Uchiha clan had fallen out of favor with the rest of the village, which didn't improve after the first Hokage's death, as his younger brother, Senju Tobarama, took command as the second Hokage. There was no man the Uchiha hated more than Senju Tobarama. They respected Senju Hashirama for his strength and because the man was the reason the Hidden Leaf existed in the first place, but they hated the younger brother as Tobarama pushed the Uchiha clan further down the hole they didn't know they were in. In Tobarama's reign as the second Hokage, the man isolated the Uchiha clan. Slowly until the day he died in the First Shinobi World War, Tobarama had made sure the Uchiha were kept away from the village's central administration as much as possible. It was during the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, did the Uchiha realize what had been done to them. As much as 80% of the clan worked in the Leaf military police force, no other clan was concentrated in one organization as the Uchiha. Every other clan made sure to spread their members in as many aspects of the village as they could. Even clans like the Yamanaka clan, who were perfect for TNI division, had only a moderate presence there and had ensured they didn't have all their eggs in one basket. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no better than his predecessor. While he didn't take any measures against the Uchiha, he also didn't do anything to improve their situation. The damage had been done, and the Uchiha were in their condition. But they weren't doing as bad as their co-founding peer, the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan hadn't let peace dull their blades, especially after Uchiha Madara's death. They had ensured that the clan maintained their position as the strongest clan. Proper systems were put into place to help the clan's future generations grow properly, and their clan's bloodline prospered and protected. The result of those efforts was that in the present, the Uchiha clan was the strongest clan in the village. Their only competition in terms of military strength was the Hyuga clan. The same couldn't be said about the Senju clan. They let peace rust their blades. The younger generation wasn't properly trained. As much as Senju Tobirama did for the improvement and standardization of training for the new Hidden Leaf shinobi, he had not done the same for the Senju clan. On top of the Senju clan enjoying the peace, they also suffered from low birth rates and lower infant mortality rates. On top of that, Senju Hashirama wasn't able to pass on his legendary wood release to his progeny, and Senju Tobirama died before he could produce any children who could have inherited his potent water release affinity or his intellect. Peace created a weak Senju generation, and those weak men floundered away the clan's wealth until the clan's name no longer existed in the Hidden Leaf. The only prominent legacy existed in the form of Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, the legendary Irionin, one of the legendary Sannin, Princess Tsunade, who had long since left shinobi service, no longer lived in the village and withdrawn from shinobi circles. The other clans, including the Uchiha, saw an opportunity and slowly ate the pie known as the Senju's wealth. Half of it, which was too important for the clans to have, and they couldn't decide how to split, went to the village itself, but what could be divided was distributed among the clans. 2 more shinobi world wars were fought, and the time came for the aging third Hokage to choose his successor. He had fought in and survived 3 wars, and he had served the village well, but now it was time for the village to be handed to young blood. It was time for the Hidden Leaf to get its 4th Hokage. It was a chance for Uchiha to rise again by having an Uchiha wear the Hokage's hat. They even had a prime contender in Uchiha Fugaku, the most talented of his generation and a war hero feared and respected around the globe. However, the competition was tough. One of the legendary Sannin and the 3rd Hokage's most talented disciples, Orochimaru. The man had done everything from participating in wars to working in ANBU to contributing to essential research, which had benefited the village better understand chakra. Then there was Namikaze Minato, another war hero who had risen around the same time as Fugaku. He, too, was connected to the 3rd Hokage through the legendary sage Jiraiya, the last of the 3 Sannin. Minato was Jiraiya's disciple. Minato was deemed the most talented shinobi in his generation as he was able to learn the 2nd Hokage's Hiraishin and had somehow able to improve it, which earned him the moniker of the Yellow Flash. The Uchiha had invested a lot in Fugaku and had pushed for him in the political circles. Alas, the 3rd Hokage chose Namikaze Minato. The Uchiha clan was unsurprisingly upset that Fugaku didn't win, but they thought the outcome was the second best after Fugaku as Hokage. Unlike the other option in Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato was a young man with an open mind, who the Uchiha clan could build a positive relationship with. Moreover, they weren't completely surprised by Namikaze Minato being chosen. The young man was engaged to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and it was clear that it played into the decision as the first Hokage was married to the previous Jinchuriki. Keeping Jinchuriki close to the village royalty was a common tradition among all the great shinobi hidden villages. And by becoming the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato was royalty. The Uchiha clan pivoted to their new strategy of becoming close to the 4th Hokage and his office, but before they could make any significant progress, the young Hokage had to sacrifice his life to protect the village from the Nine-Tails rampage. Of course, the blame was put on the Uchiha clan. Shursui sighed as he looked at the night sky. Why did these meetings have to run so late into the night? As the clan members exited the clan community hall, Shursui smiled and nodded and exchanged passing words with people who were as tired as him and just wanted to get home and turn in for the day. Ever since the formation of Hidden Leaf, the Uchiha clan had entered an era of stagnation. They hadn't weakened, but they hadn't grown. In comparison, the other clans had taken advantage of the situation and had grown. There was still a gap between the Uchiha clan and others, but it was no longer insurmountable as it once was. They were still the wealthiest clan in the Hidden Leaf, but they had fallen behind in other aspects. Their new rival, the Hyuga clan, had become closer to them in terms of strength and had surpassed them in terms of prestige and influence within the village. Shursui was in support of the steps the Uchiha clan took to prepare for the coup d'etat. They were increasing their influence, taking back power, making friends, and securing opportunities for the younger generation to follow. For example, slowly opening the Leaf military police force was so that the Uchiha could decrease their presence there and spread their members throughout the village like other clans. He simply didn't like the motivation, the end goal, behind all these steps. If the clan changed the end goal to continued peaceful existence with the village while still doing what they were doing, he was willing to sit through any number of meetings. He sighed. From the looks of it, that future was his wishful thinking, as even those initially not enthusiastic about the plan were now slowly falling in line. He was losing potential future allies. Why not talk to me instead of sighing? Shursui glanced to his side to see Itachi standing beside him. Their relationship had been on the rocks for a while in the between, but Shursui couldn't stay angry with his only ally, and he saw Itachi as his brother. He couldn't break the relationship. He only had his parents as his family, and his health hadn't been too great. Shursui needed someone he could lean against for support. Even though he was the big brother, Shursui greatly appreciated the unmoving stability Itachi provided. Almost nothing fazed the young genius. If they keep at this pace, the clan will be ready in 2 to 3 years, for if we're being pessimistic, Shursui sighed. That's not a lot of time. Really? I think that's a lot of time, said Itachi. Shursui chuckled. He sometimes forgot that his younger brother was only 13, and 3 years was indeed a long time for someone that young. You'll understand when you grow up a bit more. Time passes faster the older you grow, he said. Shursui looked at Itachi, who had suddenly gone silent, and there was a peculiar expression on Itachi's face. What is it? After a good while of silence, Itachi finally spoke. Shimara Danzo came to meet with me. Chapter 140, Masked Man. Do not believe a word from that man's mouth. It took Itachi everything to hold back his instinct to break Shursui's arm as the latter pulled him in a body flicker without warning. He set Shursui's words aside for a moment to see where Shursui had transported them and found that they were in the woods near the Uchiha compound. Despite knowing Shursui's skill with the body flicker jutsu, Itachi couldn't be amazed every time at just how good he was at the jutsu, speed, distance, control. Shursui outclassed everyone else Itachi had seen use the jutsu. He wondered how much time he would need to hone the jutsu to be able to match Shursui. Ages, he assumed. There were people seemingly tailor-made for particular jutsu. Are you listening to me, Itachi? Itachi replied, I am. He turned to face Shursui. I'm well aware of Shimura Danzo's reputation. I know better than to let my guard down around him. That is not enough. Shursui sounded as serious as he had ever been. That man is dangerous. It doesn't matter if you're prepared for him, give him a sliver of an opening, or enough time to make a scratch, he will somehow get what he wants. People called Orochimaru the snake, they don't know that something more dangerous crawls in the roots of this village. Itachi furrowed his brows, wondering what had made Shursui react so strongly from simply hearing a man's name. Is it about Root? He asked. Shursui nodded and was about to speak when his eyes narrowed as he looked at Itachi. This isn't about some petty departmental rivalry, Itachi. Shursui's voice turned grave. Danzo's Root is something that shouldn't exist. The worst part is that they operate with complete autonomy. Do you know what response we get every time we ask them specifics about a mission of theirs? They give nothing as they refuse to share any details. And because Elder Danzo, we can't force them to turn things over, we ANBU can't get access. I don't know why Lord Hokage allows Root to exist, but it does, and every day they exist, they operate under the name of the Hidden Leaf, doing who knows what for the supposed good of the village, with zero operational oversight. Itachi had only been in the ANBU for a year and didn't know about Root because of all the secrecy and fog surrounding them. Why does he want to meet you? Shursui asked, half to Itachi and half to himself. Itachi shrugged. He got no additional information except an invitation from a Root operative and the way to contact them when Itachi was free to meet. Do you think Lord Hokage shared our information with him? Itachi shook his head. No, he has assured me that he has kept the risky truth to himself. The Hokage had initiated talks with the Uchiha clan and thus had to work with his office as people needed to know to start the diplomatic process. But the Hokage had kept the fact that the Uchiha clan was planning a coup d'etat against the village. The Hokage was still the only outsider aware of that hazardous information. But Itachi could tell that every failed conversation with the Uchiha clan thinned his patience and willingness to work using non-aggressive means. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been cooperative, but the man had been through 3 shinobi world wars. Once the kind professor stepped back, that god of shinobi was bound to step out, and that man wouldn't have any kindness if the village were threatened. Shisui clicked his tongue. Then the clan might have been too aggressive with their moves recently. Danzo might have gotten a whiff of something suspicious. Itachi glanced at Shisui, wondering where he put Danzo on the scale of an omniscient devil to a highly trained bloodhound. Do you know that we were once able to steal some of their mission details from Root? Said Shisui. The information we got was that Root assassinated a series of influential figures in the daimyo's court. The Root treated them as threats because they spoke against the hidden leaf in the high political circles. Those people hadn't actually done anything to harm the village, just showed their detestation for the village's policy. Danzo had them assassinated over the course of 2 years, making every death an accident or a scheme from the victim's potential enemy. We weren't able to prove anything. Not a single death was ever connected to Root or the village. Root has poisoned an entire inn just to take out one man. They killed an entire caravan and staged it to look like a bandit robbery just for another person, and so much more. The expression on Shisui's face was a mix of pure anger and disdain. Itachi had known Shisui since before he could remember, and his current expression was rare enough for him to count on one hand. I won't meet him, don't worry, said Itachi. He didn't want to freak Shisui out after the last time. Tell me if he tries to pull something. Shisui's eyes glowed until 4 side pinwheels rotated in red, and I might pay him a visit. Itachi didn't know why, but he felt a weight settle in his chest. He immediately changed the subject. How is your father doing? With a blink, Shisui's eyes returned to normal. Better than usual, well, as better as he can be. He recognized me for the entire last week. A peaceful smile surfaced on his face. That's good. I haven't met him in a while. I should visit, said Itachi. Shisui's father had severe health complications from his injuries from the Third Shinobi World War. He had even lost a leg. Due to that, Shisui had been pushed into the role of sole breadwinner for his family of 3 from a very young age. There was nothing Shisui cared about more than his parents. There was probably no one with better medical treatment in the Hidden Leaf than Shisui's father. Whatever an Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan, who was a Jonin, and was currently serving as an ANBU, could procure, Shisui had gotten more. He'll be happy to see you. Bring Sasuke along if you want, Shisui smiled. How about you? What's happening in your life? Things have been a bit rough with father. These days, all we do is get into arguments every time we talk. Itachi didn't want to discuss his relationship with his father, so he moved on. Sasuke's doing well in the academy. He has been pestering me to show him how to use shuriken jutsu. A soft smile bloomed on his face. And well, I believe mother has been having the most interesting time of us all. She has taken a student. Shisui looked visibly surprised. Uchiha Makoto was a Jonin who had been out of shinobi duty since Itachi's birth, which was more than a decade ago. The only time she had done anything remotely shinobi-like was participating in the emergency during the Nine-Tail invasion. For her to take on a student wasn't only a big deal in the Uchiha clan but also village-wide. Every year, the village had to move Jonin around for academy graduates. At least half of them didn't want anything to do with Green Genin and had to be convinced to train the next generation of Hidden Leaf shinobi. For a Jonin like Makoto to take on a student meant there was potential for her to take more in the future. Every single Jonin mattered. Who is it? Asked Shisui. A Genin named Takuma, no last name, Itachi replied. Shisui furrowed his brows. Why do I feel like I have heard that name? You have met him. Junior Officer Takuma of the Department of Organized Crime. You questioned him on how the new recruits were being treated in the police force. Ah, I remember now. He was a pleasant fellow, if a little. I remember his answers being intelligent. I don't know any details, but he's apparently doing quite well for himself in the police force. And Mother says she likes him, so she's probably going to continue teaching him. Itachi had to explain to Shursui the special circumstances of his mother and her new student and how it wasn't a true Jonin Jinin mentorship but simply daily jinjutsu lessons. Well, he must have done something right to get himself lessons from Lady Mikoto. Shursui hummed for a moment before continuing. If they're willing to prop up an outsider like this so early, then the clan really might be able to attract more talented people and phase themselves out. One of the Uchiha clan's goals was to reduce their concentration in the police force and spread them around more important positions in the village. They didn't need that many Uchiha to retain control of the police force, but they did need people elsewhere for growth. I just hope he doesn't crumble, Shursui finished. What do you mean? The entire clan is in an aggressive mode right now. If our friend Takuma continues to perform well, they might try to push him as the poster boy. He'll see more opportunities, which is good for him. But there's a fear that he might be overwhelmed to the point he might break. There are many cases of shinobi being too lost in their work until they become too lost and aren't able to claw their way back out. Then comes opium, heroin, cocaine, painkillers, anything to keep them working. It's a bad cycle. Itachi asked, "You knew anyone like that?" "Not anyone close, but there are some right now in ANBU who are ruining their health and personal life just to be able to work and not fall behind." Itachi thought about if his clan could ruin a man, and they were very much capable of doing it. What was a single man against an entire clan? But then he recalled a conversation he had with Izumi, Takuma's academy batchmate, and how she had told him about her observation of Takuma since their academy days and how much he had changed. A potential conclusion they had reached was that Takuma was always pretending to be less competent than he was, so he could use it later to have a jump in ability when he desired and exude a highly positive impression on others. He knew close to nothing about Takuma. They lived in very separate worlds. But from what little he had heard from others, it seemed Takuma had continued to climb up, grabbing opportunities on the way. "I don't think he will break," said Itachi. "Oh? Why makes you think he won't?" "Let's just say that Jinin Takuma is capable of a lot more than he shows." Looking at everything, it was clear that his clan was laying the groundwork to potentially use Takuma as a poster boy. Yes, it would benefit Takuma but also bring him harm. It wasn't just the things that Shursui talked about, those were speculations based on very limited knowledge, unlikely to come true. But Itachi did know one thing solidly based on reality: the Uchiha clan weren't the only one running the police force. Ally clans had a significant stake in the police force. And it was ugly human nature to feel jealousy and envy because of other people's success, especially those they thought didn't deserve it. Itachi liked to think that Takuma was using his clan just as much as they were using him. Someone smart in his position would definitely do so, and his impression of Takuma was of someone who understood a lot but spoke less. And he didn't mind it. What relationship didn't have aspects of selfish motivations? Some had them more than others. If Takuma was able to get what he wanted while the Uchiha benefited as well, who was he to ruin good things for a single Genin? I look forward to hearing about him the next time he comes up. I wonder how far he would have climbed, said Itachi. Until then, the man named Takuma would return to the dark recesses of his mind, forgotten until bought up. The two Uchiha eventually left for their homes. They, however, didn't notice a figure observing them from the shadows. A figure wearing an orange mask. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.